Hello, everyone. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, September 12, 2024 at 6:08 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV, and it's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome, and thank you all for joining us. So next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. So we have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. So this is an opportunity for the board to just listen to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. And tonight we have 2 people who signed up to speak in person, and we have 7 who left a recorded message. So we will now move to in-person public comment, and each person will be allotted 1 minute. And so as you come to the microphone, there is a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect to others at all times. So our in-person speakers for tonight are Crystal Curington and Scott Johnson. So we will now call Crystal Curington up. Just press the button when you're ready to speak. Probably the green one. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, hi, I'm Crystal Curington, and I'm a mom to a sophomore and a senior at McCallum High School. 27 years ago, I was a senior in school. In that year, 2 of my classmates were brutally killed, and 7 were gruesomely shot down by one of our very own students. As I send my kids to school every day, I ask what we are doing differently today to protect our children. Unfortunately, mass shootings have become a trend with no signs of slowing down. And the answer is, in fact, nothing has changed in 27 years. I want to do something, and I want AISD to be the change. Right here in Austin, Texas, I invented and patented an easy-to-apply, no training needed, 7-second wrap to stop bleeding and to give someone the help, hope, and fighting chance they need in the precious time they are waiting for a trained professional. My vision is to have this life-saving product in every school and university across America. Let's be the change and start right here at AISD. This is a product I pray that you never need, but if you do, I pray that you have it. Thank you so much, board, for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's my product.
Yeah, you can give that to Dr. Reach.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
And
Hi.
he can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Johnson. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Johnson. Microphone, please.
Yeah,
Green button.
yeah. Here.
Hello? There it goes.
I'd like to share an idea with you. I care a lot about the academic performance of students. However, we seem to focus on that more, and an idea that I believe AISD should adopt, and I'm working towards getting all the information out on it, is this idea of having an annual event where we would select as a pilot some of the lower performing schools in the Eastern Crescent, in the elementary and the middle school, and have the teachers evaluate students who are improving, even if they have grades that are C or lower. So that improvement would give them hope that they are doing something worthwhile, and have an annual event that could be connected with the Trail of Lights is my idea. So we do that, and then we go through the Trail of Lights in December with the family there, with administrators there, with teachers there, with parents there as well. And I'd like to continue the dialogue on this, because I believe rewarding improvement is as important as rewarding achievement. And I don't think there's any program now that's doing that.
Thank you so much. All right, so we will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
Hello, my name is Crystal Fox, and I was the parent of children who attended AISD, and I am currently the grandparent of a child that attends AISD. I'm calling today to express my support for continued funding for librarians in the district. Librarians are essential because they give us a love of learning and encourage us to read and love learning. They are also tied to higher graduation rates. They lead to more community events. They teach skills such as digital literacy, encourage community service, and teach digital literacy. And my granddaughter says they make learning to read fun. Thank you. Okay. I really want to go swim. Thank you for letting me do that.
Good evening. My name is Roja Maineni. I'm an education advocate and policy analyst with the Equity and Excellence Project at the Austin Area Urban League. This project was established as a special initiative to advocate for equitable education alongside our youth and parents, which is why I'm here today. This program exists because we see that the system often focuses on students' failures rather than their successes, emphasizing previous mistakes over future potential and labeling them as failures rather than dreamers. At the Urban League, we believe knowledge is power and strive to ensure every student knows their rights and has the tools and language to reach their full potential. We seek to collaborate with AISD to advance equity in education and help students rise to their aspirations. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Ryder. I have 3 kids in AISD schools. My oldest son is a freshman at LBJ. He loves the school. I'm calling to request the board's support of the interim principal there to hire an art teacher. The course is required for graduation, and as of yet, my child does not have any grades posted. My youngest are in 4th and 1st grades at Pecan Springs Elementary. This is our 4th year at the school, and we love the staff and the community there. I'm calling to request support for the principal there to hire a 4th grade dual language teacher. Currently, staff from another grade and aides are helping out, but my son and his classmates need a full-time dedicated teacher. Let's fully staff our Eastside schools. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Scott Johnson. I'm the creator of the City of Austin Homeless Student Assistance Fund, which has been on the City of Austin utility bill since February of 2023. Funds from this bill help support AISD's Project Help and the other programs with other school districts in the Austin Energy Service area. The reason for my call is I want to make you aware that these funds are restricted to help homeless students with basic needs. And if you don't know enough about Project Help, for you to have an agenda item on your board agenda later in 2024 so we can raise the awareness on this very important issue as homeless students frequently become homeless adults. And we want to break that cycle as best we can by offering to help them. Kindly think about this opportunity, and I hope you'll move forward with it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Lowe, and I'm a student of Austin Independent School District. I'm calling today to express my support for the continued funding for librarians in the district. Libraries were a very important part of my childhood. I spent a lot of time in them in elementary school, in middle school, and in high school today. Every morning I'm there. I check out books regularly, and it's a great place. Our librarian at my school, which I go to, runs around 5 clubs and is my class sponsor. I believe that by discontinuing the funding for librarians, replacing them with aides, libraries would not be the same. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is CJ Pelt, and I am a student at Austin ISD School District. Today, I am calling to express my support for continued funding of librarians in the school district. Librarians are essential for the following reasons. Librarians help reverse low assessment scores on reading things. And my librarian specifically, she is our class sponsor. She runs around 5 different clubs. She was a crucial reason why the Banned Books Club at my school got the books that we needed last year. If you get rid of librarians, you will get rid of people's love of learning and their encouragement to read. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but up to you, I guess. Librarians are essential. Please don't fire them.
My name is Cuitlahuac Guerra. I'm the parent of 3 Austin ISD students. I'm calling because right now at LBJ High School, there are only 2 Spanish teachers, and Spanish is pretty much the only language other than English course being offered, which is a graduation requirement. No amount of leveling within the school or manipulation of the master schedule will overcome the huge class sizes these 2 Spanish teachers are dealing with. I strongly urge the board to get the district to consider adding another Spanish teacher to LBJ, even if it is part-time. As far as leveling across the district goes, I want to remind y'all that the superintendent was the chair of the long-range planning committee, whose plan was voted on and adopted by the board. That plan includes balancing enrollment to ensure baseline academic offerings are available at every high school. Some high schools have almost 3,000 students, while others struggle to keep an enrollment above 500. How can we equitably offer the same opportunities at all schools when funding and staffing are so closely tied to enrollment? I urge you to put the long-range plan on the superintendent's scorecard so the board and the superintendent can be held accountable to the plan they all agreed on. Thank you.
All right, so this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Yes, Trustee Hunter.
I don't have a question. I would like to ask the administration to look into what's going on at LBJ, the leveling, the teachers. If we could get back with the board and let us know what the plan is for that.
Yeah, absolutely, Trustee Hunter. I believe we track all vacancies across the district and certainly are staying very close attention to LBJ as they go through this transition. So we can provide an update to the board and then also reach out to the 2 callers and make sure they have that information directly as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
I just want to thank everyone who has made public comment tonight and call out especially our students. We don't hear public comment from our students as often as I would like, and just really appreciate that they took the time to call in, and they have an expertise none of the rest of us has. So thank you for your calls.
Great. Anyone else? All right. I do have a question for the administration that can be answered now or later, but is the LRP, the Long Range Planning Committee, are they being engaged as part of the budget reduction work?
The full committee?
Do they have representation?
There's representation from all of our committees that we've, all the standing committees. I think we have folks who are on the budget committee who are on the LRP for sure. I don't have the exact number, but I can provide that to the board.
Okay, and are they there in their role as LRP members or?
Well, I think there are multiple people who are on multiple boards, and multiple committees, and some of them are actually appointees by the trustees who are also on the LRP.
Okay,
so
got it. That helps. Okay, that answers the question. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so thank you, trustee. Okay, so did you have a question? Okay, sorry. As a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Next is the president's report. So I want to share more about opportunities for the public to be involved in AISD. There's lots of them. So our district really does value the participation and input of all community members and transparency of information and processes. And to that end, the district has established several advisory bodies consisting of broad stakeholder representation to provide insight and recommendations on important issues. There are some legally required groups like the District Advisory Council, the Student Health Advisory Council, the School Safety and Security, and the School Safety and Security Committee. We also have other bodies over career and technology, multilingual education, special education, and a district advocacy advisory committee that was launched by Secretary Boswell, and soon to start calendar task force. Dr. Williams, you ready for that? Okay. I know. Austin ISD and the board also have a special opportunity right now for accepting nominations to serve on the Travis County Appraisal District Board. This special opportunity and interest in all other committees can be shared by completing a membership application on our website at www.austinISD.org/advisory-bodies. Okay. So another great way to get involved at the campus level is to join a campus advisory council. These are committees of parents, students, business and community reps, teachers, principals, and other campus staff. CACs provide valuable input to principals who ultimately have decision-making responsibility for their campuses. I know I've been on a CAC. I know several other trustees have also served on CACs at their schools, and it's really a great way to really understand the inner workings of creating priorities for your campus and things like that. So you can sign up for your campus CAC by reaching directly out to your campus or by completing the same membership application and indicating your campus. As part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall, at the first board-authorized public meeting each month, we will publicly report by reading into the record, A, the percentage of time invested in student outcomes at special education monitoring during the prior 3-month time period, and B, the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. And the July, August, and September 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star governance, defined student outcomes, and special education monitoring was 59.34%. So that's good. We have exceeded our target of 50%. For the last month, in August 2024, we were actually a bit lower. We were at 43.33%, but we will make that up, I'm confident. The board spent 328 minutes in executive session in August. All right, so next we're going to talk about the district scorecard targets. As you'll recall, this spring, the board and administration worked really closely together. We talked to the community, and we developed and adopted a scorecard. So one thing that we did and that we did not complete yet was actually creating targets, annual targets for each of the student groups and overall targets for each of the goals and constraints. So as a requirement under the agreed order and the Lone Star governance process, this time, by the way, is included in our student outcomes minutes. So this discussion we're about to have actually is considered student outcomes. We have scheduled 60 minutes for this discussion, but we can go longer if we need to. The district scorecard was approved again by the board at the June 20th, 2024 regular voting meeting. And we are also fortunate enough to have our Lone Star governance coach, Ashley Paz, joining us tonight via Zoom to share more about the LSG process. And she has some coaching for us and some points that she wanted to share that I felt were important for all of us to hear. So, Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Absolutely, President Singh and Board of Trustees. Thank you, and I'd like to invite up Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services. Dr. Jay Brown, Director of Research, Insight, and Analytics, to present the district scorecard. And as you just mentioned, Ashley Paz, our Lone Star Governance Coach. And as always, we'll have the team available for questions at the end.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Segura. We are excited to be joining with you tonight to continue and get closer to completing our discussion on our new 5-year scorecard. What we want to go over tonight is our goals. Before we welcome our LSG coach, Ashley Paz, I want to take a minute just to remind us where we've been and what brought us to our meeting here tonight. So our board started this discussion on a brand new scorecard all the way back in March with hosting community meetings in multiple different manners with small groups, with community-wide meetings, going out to CACs, going out to PTAs, and hearing feedback on what is important to our community and what is our community's vision and values. Once the board had collected that information, we started conversations in April, and the board started talking about potential goals and constraints that would make up our brand new scorecard. So that conversation continued through May, and then in June, our Board of Trustees approved 5 goals and 5 constraints as part of our brand new scorecard. Last month, we brought forward to you targets that we are suggesting for our constraints, and we were able to talk through our constraints. Tonight, we want to do the same, but to talk through some of our goals and the targets we have set for goals. In tonight's presentation, and Dr. Brown, correct me if I'm wrong, we do have the constraint information in there. So it's there if there's a question on it or if the public wants to see all of those slides. But for the purpose of our conversation, we'll stay focused on the goals, and if need to, we can briefly go over the constraints. But before we start that conversation, we'd like to welcome Ashley Paz, the LSG coach, who's going to share a little bit more about the LSG scorecard process.
Thank you, Dr. Reach and Mr. Segura. It's good to be with everyone tonight, and I am very excited that we are here at the end of our goal-setting process. This is the last step that the board needs to take before actually being able to say our scorecard is final, it is done, and we can start doing all of the really hard work at actually moving the needle on these goals. So before y'all get deep into the presentation, I want to just provide some reminders and lift up some conversations that we've had in the past about the considerations that have to be made tonight. So just as a brief reminder, these targets are the last step to finalize your scorecard. Some of the things that need to be considered that should have been considered, and I'm confident that the superintendent's work group has done quite a bit of work in this area. So the big considerations need to be looking at the 5-year average growth in each of these areas. So looking over the last 5 years and seeing what is the average growth that we have made in each of these areas. That number should be your baseline. It should be your bare minimum threshold for what is expected moving forward in the next 5 years. So if think of that as your status quo. If nothing changes, this is what we can expect. The next thing that you need to look at is the degree of difficulty. So it's true in education, well, in all things really, that some tasks are easier than others. And so some of the areas of student outcomes that you're looking at are really difficult to move the needle on, and others are a little bit easier. So that degree of difficulty is going to be an important consideration to make. Also understanding where you're starting from. So it's always going to be easier to go to start at the floor and to see that rapid increase going from 0% to 10%, for example, than it is going to be to make that final jump, for example, going from 90% to 100%. So those are all different considerations that need to be made in terms of the degree of difficulty. And then finally, you need to think about resource commitment. So you have, I don't need to tell you, you have finite resources. I know that this has been a major conversation for this board over the last year. the more priorities that the board has, the more areas that you have to stretch those resources out across. This means that you are less likely to go the full distance that you would like to, given the number of priorities you have. Think of it in terms of, if you got a gallon of gasoline, that gallon of gasoline is going to be able to take a single car maybe 20 miles, where if you were going to stretch it out across 10 different cars, then you'll be lucky to get out of the neighborhood. And so these are just some of the things that need to be thought through as you are having these conversations. And again, I'm confident that the superintendent's work group has carefully considered all of these things. So now it's their job to explain to you what their methodology is and what the considerations are that they've made for each of these goals. So they've all crunched the numbers. Now the board has to understand how these targets are going to be both attainable, meaning that we can actually achieve them, and how they're going to challenge the system to change behaviors. As we often say, student outcomes aren't going to change unless adult behaviors change. So this is where the rubber hits the road in terms of changing behaviors. And it's not, I want to be clear when I'm talking about changing behaviors, it's not just the teachers, it's not just the superintendent, it's everyone. The school board's behaviors have to change. The administration's behaviors have to change. Campus administrators' behaviors have to change. Classroom behaviors have to change. Everyone's behaviors have to change. And this is the starting point, or the next point for that behavior change. The final thing that I want to just lift up is, so how we're going to be, we're going to change behaviors, but also how we need to understand how these are going to be attainable. Some of the growth and some of these goals are going to be, the board needs to understand that it's actually possible to achieve them. And it may seem counterintuitive at times when we're talking about, half a point of growth in some of these areas, which those are not actually. So what does that actually mean? What is the number of students that we're talking about? And especially you have one specific goal that you're looking at where you literally are talking about moving the needle less than one. On paper, it looks like less than 1 percentage point, but it's actually a ratio that you're looking at. So being able to understand what each of these numbers mean, and then also the unintended consequences or the impact that can happen from setting those from setting goals that might be unattainable. One of the things that I've really appreciated about this board is the intentionality that you have gone into this conversation with, and the cultural impact that it has on the system. You've been very conscious of having goals that are very focused on standardized assessments. And I want to be clear that standardized assessments are a way of life. But the way that we as school boards focus on those can have an impact on the culture that's being created. And so making sure that we're not setting those expectations so high that they are not achieved is going to be a really valuable conversation for you all to have tonight, to ensure that we're not creating some unintended consequences in the classroom. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Dr. Reach.
Thank you so much. Dr. Brown, could you take us through our scorecard?
Well, thank y'all for having me so much tonight, Superintendent Segura, with my lovely board members. I'm going to take y'all through all of our goals, the data behind it, and the targets that we've set tonight. So as we move forward, we're going to do a little bit of defining our norms around the data. And I know that we're coming back to a new school year. It's getting everybody used to everything again. So we're going to see goal data is presented by a total group that most often is all students. And we also have individual student groups that are larger than 10. and that's for most of our goals. Sometimes we see that in constraints as well. Constraint data is presented for our targets or the actual, as well as individual student groups and where that's appropriate. The highlighted group in each chart is presented within a blue row to kind of point out this is the focus of the goal or the progress measure. And that's to point out that this is the area in which the total is. The data is presented in whole numbers unless decimals provide additional meaningful context, where that decimal point is additional students or additional growth in areas where breaking down into less than whole numbers makes sense. Some notes are provided on calculations, but really digging down into detail in this area gets very hard sometimes. So we have provided additional information on what is the purpose behind each of these goals and the progress measures, as well as what's the measurement behind those? What are we taking into the data and how it's calculated? Where are we pulling those data sources? And so we have a link within there so y'all can see that as well as our community members. Digging into how we created those target decisions, because it's somewhat of an art, it's somewhat of a science, and it took a large village to create all of this information. Targets represent our expected level of attainment, where we want to head within this area. We've got our 5-year goal, that's the 28-29 in most cases. There's one that's a little different. And we've got year to year where we want to grow, as well as that final outcome. So targets are created for each year between 28-29, our final of our 5-year scorecard, and they're specified for that overall as well as those individual student groups were available. Target decisions were a balance between our practice, where we want rigor to be, as well as where we want aspiration to be. Inputs on all of our target decisions include a lot of information. Where is our past data taking us? So what trends do we see in the information we have available? What do federal numbers tell us? What do our state numbers tell us? What do our local standards and policies and community standards tell us where we need to go? What programs do we have in place? What programs do we have planned? Where do our curricula stand? What resources do we have at our hands and have planned? Where are student group sizes and where can we have plans within theirs? What staffing looks like? What is implementation? And all sorts of information goes planned into that. We took into consideration both those individual measures as well as a whole within the goal, and then balancing out the scorecard in entirety. And so there's a lot of talk that went into each of these targets, both within any individual chart and then looking as a whole. Those target decisions were made anytime we took a group into a room, and they tended to be large groups making decisions, using a backwards design. Where do we want to be in 5 years? Think of you're opening a journal and you think, where do I want to be? What's my long-term goal? And thinking about where are we headed? Where do we want to be? What number does that look like? And then taking back, well, how do we reach those numbers within that 5 years? Where should we be within those times? And that's how those charts got filled in, and that's how those discussions tended to be. So yearly targets tend to represent those short-term indicators, those progress measures along our path to success. And then taking into consideration that we don't have any across the board. This is where we're taking with all of our students. We made individual goal decisions, taking into account where our groups were standing, where each goal was standing, and where we should consider with care, and also where we should make equity-focused change. So that's where we're headed. Let's take a look at where our goal measures are. You'll see as we created roadmaps to kind of guide along. So you'll see that we approved the language in June, but we need to make updates to that language to kind of fill in the blanks with our X's and Y's. So you'll see that those are made with red. If we needed to tweak any of that language, we also made those changes in red. You'll see in the charts that there's a difference between our past data and our target data. Past data is on the left, target data is on the right. And then that focus group, that total group is marked in blue to kind of call out, to kind of give your eye a little bit easier time to read. Heading into our first goal, which is third grade literacy, it's focused on our third grade STAR scores, and it's the percentage of students meeting the grade meets at grade level or above. So we're looking to increase that from 47% in 2024 scores to 59% by June 2029. So the past data considerations were really our accountability context. That's considering accountability as a whole, as well as our recent change in our test, our recent change in our scoring, our federal Closing the Gaps performance standards, and our desire to grow either at or above our kind of state averages in our student groups. The all students 2029 target, it represents a 26% increase from the 2024 score to 2029 scoring. And then those individual group targets are set somewhere between a 7% increase to even a 60% increase over time, that 2024 to 2029%. Yearly targets, you'll see chart implementation progress. We've done a lot of work in literacy and have a lot to go, but we know that we have some things in place. And so you'll see that we're looking to see, we've got growth in place and we know that growth is going to occur. And we should see even larger progress towards the end as implementation really takes off. And so we made those year-to-year targets with that in mind. So you'll see some larger jumps in 2026 and 2027, but you'll see jumps in each year. So as you see the first chart, notice that one, you'll see some asterisks. And that denotes that we've got a small group size. So anytime that you'll see that, that's a group smaller than 10. And for that, we have the information mask. The group smaller than 10 is Lone Star Governance. TEA usually masks groups smaller than 5. Lone Star Governance is asking us to mask groups smaller than 10. And so we'll have that marked throughout. And you'll see that within that, we have our group up top and we've got our charted progress throughout. As we move on to our progress measure associated with our goal, note that it's got parallel structure. We're looking to see improved progress in third grade STAR. We're charting that progress. We have our leading indicator that should help us grow in this area. And that's looking for our recommended for intervention level within our NWEA MAP scores. So this is one of our different indicators because while most are looking to see growth, this one's actually looking to decrease over time. So we've got a little bit of tweak in language. It doesn't actually change what's happening. We just aligned it to the NWE language. We wanted to exactly mirror that. So we've got perfection between what NWEA says and what our language represents. And so it's the exact same thing that we're measuring. We just have parallel structure in our language. We wanted to get that right before we got the scorecard out. So it's below 30th percentile, below 40th percentile in Spanish, because they're a bit different in the curved test. But as a reminder, this is looking for students that are scoring at the bottom. So if you think of a normal curve, and this is a norm reference curve, we're looking for the students that are scoring at kind of that bottom edge. And those students at that bottom edge, they're at the recommended for intervention level. And at the end of 5 years, we want less students in that recommended for intervention level. So the goal of this and the area that we want numbers-wise is we want less and less students scoring below 30. So the GPM target consideration is parallel. We want less and less students recommended for intervention, which means we'll have more and more students that achieve towards STAR. The goal overall is we don't want kiddos in that 29 area. So the overall all students target is set at 29, below 30. And that's the focus of this scorecard term. We really want to get the bulk of our students less and less in that recommended for intervention level. And so less and less students in that far left area. Yearly targets decrease towards 29. And then once that goal is met, we really want to hit into maintaining that area. And we really want to focus on our equity areas. Where are our student populations that we really need to get less and less students in there? Because while we have some groups already scoring less than 29, we have lots of student groups that need more and more work. So you'll notice that some individual groups have goals that are set at maintaining a 4-year average. They're set at a goal that is already below 29. So what we really want to do in that area, and you can scoot to that area. So you'll see that in 2 or more, or in our white population, and I think there's one more in there, they're set at the 4-year average, and we don't want them to score above that area. We're very happy if they score below that area. But what we want is we want less students in our recommended for intervention area, and we really want to focus on our students that right now are scoring above 29. And we want to make sure that as a whole, we're getting all of our student group populations below 30. And that if we look 5 years from now, we couldn't tell with race and ethnicity or our specific student populations. If you looked at a specific demographic, you couldn't say a specific demographic is predictive of whether you need intervention or not. And that's the focus of what this GPM is about. And that's the focus of how we built these targets in this area. As we head towards numeracy, you'll see that there's a lot of similar structures between goal 1 and goal 2. The numbers shift because the numbers are different between our literacy and our numeracy numbers. So considerations are very much the same. We're looking at state assessments. We're looking at federal closing the gaps. We're looking at how we want to do compared to the state quite a bit. So you'll see that we want to move from 39% in 2024 to 55% in 2029. The all students target represents a 41% increase over this section of time. The individual student group populations represents an increase between 7% to even 131%. What we're looking to do is look towards an equity focus group and really grow our students. Where we were looking specifically in numeracy, we looked at our state averages and we said, in areas of focus, groups that we know that we're scoring below the state right now, we want to score above the 2024 state averages, and we don't want to just hit the 2024 state averages. We want to do better than that. And so anywhere from 2, I think even to 4 points above the current state averages. And so you'll see those numbers represented as we try and move towards greater equity in areas and have a greater trajectory of growth. Yearly targets look a little different than what literacy looks like. We have implemented a lot towards our early literacy, and we have not as far along within our numeracy development and implementation. And you'll see what might be a slow cooker or slow burn as we get our numeracy started. So you'll see kind of lower starts in year-to-year growth, though not zero growth from year to year, but you'll start to see it ramp up in our later years of our 5-year scorecard as we start to implement what we plan for our numeracy development. So this is what our numbers look like for goal 2 in numeracy. In the GPM also mirrors the GPM for literacy, but the numbers also differ. So we're looking to, again, decrease from 37% in June 2024 to 29% in June 2029. The targets are considered in parallel. It's a goal, it's in terms of numbers. The all student goal is in 29. You'll notice that when you look at the numbers, we're not looking for maintenance in our overall. It will take us 5 years to hit that 2029 goal. Yearly targets decrease, it's a 22% decrease over the next 5 years. Our student group will decrease anywhere between 11% and 40% over the next 5 years. And we do have a couple of groups that are set at maintaining what's a 3-year average. And you'll notice that we have only had 3 years of past data because we did not have a mathematics map test in 2020, 2021. I don't want to mess up your computer. One thing I failed to mention in this particular chart, you'll notice that there's some extra numbers there. So we wanted to show you those extra numbers that gives you an indicator of how we're using this specific data set. So you'll see in the past numbers that there's 3 years of spring data, and then there's a fall, winter, spring for 2023, 2024. We wanted to show you how we're utilizing the end of year data to make sense of, we want to see a negative trajectory as we try and hit our goals, but we'll also be paying attention to beginning, middle, and end of year data to see how we're paying attention to within a year, how we're decreasing over time. So the nice thing about this specific variable is that we can pay attention to that kind of one time a year, spring to spring, but we can also pay attention within a year if we are on track to hit that goal. So we wanted to give you some indication of how that looks within this past year and how we'll be utilizing that variable. And you'll see that within our board updates as well. As we go into college, career, and military readiness, I just want to give you a heads up. We've been working with variables that are one indicator, one variable. College, career, military readiness. A mouthful just to say, CCMR. These are variables that are defined off of multiple items. So they've got items that are, for lack of a better word, smushed together to make sense of. So they take a little bit more to understand, and they are a little harder to kind of put together, and also sometimes a little bit more complex to describe to our communities and describe to our campuses and wrap our heads around in general. So CCMR data, we really made sense of what does our past CCMR data look like. That includes our accountability data as well as our outcomes data. So we're looking at that information as well as what do the contexts of that P20 pipeline look like. So what does it look like as we have our students, and then as we graduate our students into their what's next, into their higher education choices, into their workforce choices, into all the various choices they make, and that impact our CCMR outcomes bonus and accountability. And there's a lot of things currently going on with our higher education trends. The pandemic, we've got a couple of different court cases. Higher education as a whole has a lot going on in their own context that trickle down into our own decisions. Also, be aware that within our considerations, CCMR has, everything takes a village in education, but I will say that CCMR has a very large village to consider, in that we're working with our industry partners, we're working with our higher education fellows, we're working with everyone around us to build our capacity, to figure out our resources, to figure out our mentoring capabilities, to figure out how can we best utilize and build the information in order to figure out the college entry courses, the capacity for higher ed enrollment, the next steps within that. And so the discussions for these targets really took on a wider context conversation of what are those current resources and capacities, and what are the things that we can do, what are the things that are out there that we need to resource build and capacity build and talk to our partners with. You'll notice that this specific, you can stick in there. This specific chart is going to look different than all the rest of the charts, and that's because this specific chart is built on lagging data. So up top, you'll notice that all of the columns are graduate cohorts. And they'll run from our last set of previous data is 2022, and that's because we won't get our final 2023 data until next April 2025. And then graduates 2027 kind of corresponds with our 2028, 2029 scorecard end year. And so this one is just, stick in your head, it will always look a little different. Within that, you'll notice that we've graduated at our 2023 kiddos. We've graduated our 2024 kiddos. And so we're working on considerations of what are our expectations and where do we expect to grow. And so this conversation in particular with goal 3 was an expected consideration, and also where can we grow with the kiddos that we have. Yearly targets are ranging from steady growth and then what I would call steady growth plus towards the latter graduating classes, those classes that we still have with us. And we're looking at kind of overall indicators as well as kind of focus groups where we want to put some equity focus and more support needed. We have 3 goal progress measures associated with goal 3. The first of which is focusing on the Texas Success Initiative, so TSI. And while scorecards have had a TSI measure before, this one looks a little different because we have focused on a different sample. We are now focusing on the percent of both 11th and 12th graders who are meeting the college readiness standard for TSI, and it's in both math and English language arts reading. And we're looking to increase that from 43.6% to 52.3% within our time frame. There was a purpose in changing this sample because 1, TSI is the first step in meeting CCMR in every other place. We have to meet it in order for students to meet a lot of areas that they need to hit for college and career readiness in order to take courses, in order to apply, in order to get CCMR accountability, in order to meet CCMR outcomes bonus. So it's really the first step on a lot of those next game pieces. So we want to make sure that we're really focusing on TSI readiness, that we're really getting this key piece in place. So we want to focus on where are we hitting this with both our 11th graders and our 12th graders. Because if we can get more 11th graders successful at this, then our 12th graders have less to focus on. We're looking at this with our coursework, certifications, internships. When and where are we taking this? What are the Texas policies associated with it? And when might it drop off? Because there is a course that is currently allowed that will be taken off in a future date. The all students category has a 20% increase over this next time. And then we're looking to grow anywhere from around 10% to 25%. Yearly targets have a bit of flex as really the implementation group looks to understand what it looks like, looking at both 11th and 12th graders, and then really calibrated growth over the next 4 years after 24-25. The next goal is around that eligibility for college credit. As a reminder, eligibility for college credit sounds a little weird, and we've defined it as the items that we have control over. So have we done our part as a school district to make you eligible for college credit? It's in 4 areas. It's passing dual credit. So have you passed that dual credit course on our part? Have you passed that on-ramps course on our part? Have you made a 3 to 5 on an AP exam? Or have you made a 4 to 7 on an IB exam? And so from our perspective, could you enter into an institution of higher ed and ask them for credit in a course? It's up to an institution of higher ed to give you that college credit. We're asking for an increase, so we're currently at 48.2%, and we're looking to increase that to 53.8%. The long-term goal of this concept is we want the majority of all students to have eligibility for college credit. And have multiple courses in which they have eligibility for college credit. The specific considerations for this is the cost and capacity. So is that every course we include, every item that we ask for, is that cost on the district? Are we passing that cost on to a student's pocket or a family pocket? And often these can be very expensive courses. And so really in considering these targets, we didn't want to say, we're going to increase this to X percent, but then those costs get passed on to a student that can't afford it. So we wanted to make this a realistic target that was both realistic in terms of achievement, but also in terms of cost that we could pass on to ourselves and our families. And so we're looking for a long-term concept and long-term growth that we can work with our community partners, our capacity building, our course building, and grow this over time for all student groups as well as the overall. So you'll see that it's a 12% increase overall, and then it's somewhere between a 5 to 25% increase looking at specific student groups. We've got year-to-year steady growth, and it's a somewhat equal change as we look to see where allocations are, where we can build capacity. The last of our goal progress measures for CCMR is also a little different than previous scorecards. Previous scorecards have looked at the industry-based certification attainment. In accordance with looking at Lone Star governance and really focusing on leading indicators, we moved this and we looked at a theory of action on how can we look at courses aligned with industry-based certifications, and can we increase those courses in alignment with increasing industry-based certifications in alignment with increasing CCMR readiness. And so that's the theory of action under this. I'd like to really give a shout out. We've already had a group present to y'all on this, and I think they did a really fantastic job. So we've got a bit of a change. We're also looking at 11th and 12th graders because we really want to narrow down and see, are we really focusing on 11th grade? Can we start drilling down into our younger years? And so we're looking at a programming goal total. We want a majority of students having at least one opportunity, if not more. The program goal is 55%. And so over 5 years, we're looking to reach that program goal. So that's an 18% increase from our current number in 23-24. And we've got student group increases between 10 to 20% over the next 5 years. That will mean working with our community partners, our industry partners, looking at allocations of programs and resources across our various campuses locations. You'll see that yearly changes in our targets. So they're going to start a little smaller and then also have implementation ramp up as we look to see where are we at, what are the needs, who can we work with, and how can we best implement that. I'd like to also point out in this one that this is one of our best examples that while disparities may still exist, this is an area where we are working really hard and where access is the closest to becoming more equitable. And I think that that's really a shout out to attainment and providing opportunities that speak to all and speak to CTE as a whole, to providing a variety of programs and providing a variety of access points to where CTE is not just for certain types of students, and that you couldn't predict what type of student is in a certain type of program. And that within the next 5 years, we're working even closer to that opportunity. Goal 4, middle school. And I think Susan especially just really wants me to get this math right for you. So this, this one's a little different. The numerator and denominator is different. So the goal specifically is different. It's got a different sample of students. The goal is the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged enrolled in middle school. That's your denominator. That's your sample of students. The numerator is who successfully complete the course by 1, earning a course credit, and 2, achieving meets grade level or above in the algebra EOC. That's your numerator. So this one, all the denominators of students are students in middle school enrolled in Algebra 1. The thing that we're measuring is, do they get that course credit and do they meet or above on the Algebra EOC? So the chart's gonna look different, and it's just gonna be a little bit more complex to kind of ferret out which each of it means. We really looked at kind of what's our pathway to advanced mathematics in our middle school area, and that means that transition from elementary to middle school and our new policies around SB 2124, which should increase the number of students taking advanced mathematics in 6th grade. And where can we best allocate resources now and as students start hitting in algebra? So you'll see the targets. We're looking to grow 21% between our 5-year period, and then we've got anywhere from a 6 to 20% within what I would call interactions or crosstabs of students. So it'll be students receiving special education services who are also economically disadvantaged. So that's what the chart will show you. If you look at this area, you'll see that within the first 2 years of targets, we're looking to increase student success. We want to see those students who are enrolled in algebra and succeeding in those 2 indicators we're interested in. We want to see student success. And then in 26-27, that should be the first year where those SB 21-24 students are hitting Algebra 1. So we should see more student enrollment in that year. And our target for that year is, as we have more students, we want to maintain the same level of success. We want to, as we have an increased program, we don't want to drop down. We want to have the same level of success. So it's technically no change in the success level, but it's a very different program goal that year. And then once we have really wrapped around the difference in program, we are back off to the races with success. I wanted to kind of dig through the numbers for you target-wise in that area. Digging into the GPM is really about creating that pathway into algebra. Again, the numerator and denominator looks a little different than all the rest of them. It's the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged enrolled in middle school. So it's all of our 6th graders identified as economically disadvantaged. That's our denominator. Our numerator, the top of it, is those who complete the advanced mathematics course. We want that to increase from 21% to 39%. This is an area where Senate Bill 2124 is an impetus, but we also are looking to kind of increase our areas. We've got student groups that we want to increase anywhere from 50% to 95%. And you'll see that the individual target years are built also with Senate Bill 2124 in mind. So you'll see that the beginning year, 21-24, 24-25 a bit has growth, but really 25-26 has a burst, because we know that we're going to see an initial burst with implementation. We'll probably level off after that initial burst, and then as implementation really gets its foothold, we'll start to see implementation grow again. And so we're really taking into consideration what are the policy contexts and how can we staff resource allocation around it. The last of our goals is biliteracy. I will say, out of all of our goals, this one was perhaps the hardest to set. They are numbers that are a bit hard to wrap heads around, and we perhaps really went with conservative estimates for that. As you think about it, a lot of this goal is set around students who earn one or more of various district or state recognitions of bilingualism or biliteracy. So it can be our AISD seal of biliteracy, it can be the Texas Performance Acknowledgement, or it can be a global seal of biliteracy. Typically, these are all indicative of students that are enrolled in four-year programs that are taking multiple courses or are just really phenomenal in a certain area. There's certain ways in which you could be phenomenal, but these are students that are really dedicating themselves or have advanced talent in a specific area. And so building goals around students that are taking 4 years or more in an area in high school, we're building a pathway for and wanting to have the resources and conversations and new branding and conversations with campuses. So the goal is based on the yearly number of graduates. I'd be remiss if I said that this is currently our internal estimate of graduates. The final graduate file comes to us in October, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist if I didn't tell you that it wasn't our final file. I don't think it will change, but I just wanted to put that out there for y'all. The 2029 target for all students is a 15% increase. And then the student group ranges change from 15 to 20, 25%. We would like to ensure that we're looking and growing this over time, having great conversations with how do we grow something that we all really want our students and our graduates to have, bilingualism, and how do we ensure that we start to institutionalize that in our practices over the next 5 years, and what are the goals that we can associate with that. You'll see that there's some steady growth per year planned, and then you'll see some additional push in 26, 27, and that's really where the Met Department felt was going to be the kind of link in and the gotcha moment for especially the global seal of biliteracy. The first GPM associated with this is actually an elementary school. So, and I'd like to say that these are elementary school students scoring at high school levels. And these numbers are high to begin with. It's impressive. So it's the percentage of fifth grade students enrolled in our dual language programs who earned the proficiency level equivalent to the level 1 high school credit on our advanced stamp 4S test. And that's a dual language proficiency test for our partnered language. And our current score on that overall is 82.6. So again, really high. And we'd like to increase that to 88%. 88% is what the Met Department defines as their program goal. That's what they'd like all students in fifth grade to score at. So the baseline data was collected in 2023-24, and this program goal would be a 7% increase by 2029. There's somewhere between a 6 to 12% increase in our various student group populations, talking about where we can increase with which particular students. And you'll see that the individual target years are set to show steady progress as we work with our fifth grade students going through. Our GPM for 5.2 is actually based on our high school students. You'll notice in the goal language, we had discussed on working this into data that we would have, and would we be able to have this data, or would we need to work this into baseline? With looking at data, looking at our current elevation database, and looking at the actual specifics of the progress measure language, while we do collect data on our dual language students and which students are in our program per year, we are currently not tracking data per year towards the seal of biliteracy. Typically how students gather that, because it's a graduation celebration and information, is they submit all their information. It's not tracked per year and progress per year. And so we don't have our information set up to track it per year and give them their progress indicator per year. So what we would really like to do is start setting up that data system to track that per year, roll that out per campuses, teach them how to track that and communicate with students. Hey, this is where you're at. This is the information that you need. This is the class that you need, the grade that you need. And work that into the system so it's meaningful to campuses, meaningful to students, teachers, and the like, and move that to baseline information So we have the full realization of what the purpose of this progress measure was meant to be. That is the full information for our constraint measures. For our goal measures. For our constraint measures, we did provide the full list of our constraint measures because I would hate to be a community member and get half of it and have to go searching through board docs to find the rest of it. There are, I will say, 3 tweaks to constraint measures, and that was because we did some rigorous quality checks and found some, this year to year was this, but this year to year was that, and that was in the 3.1 and 3.2. And then I will say in our discipline, we decided and we made a final check in our last restorative practices measure, and we wanted to ensure that we had parallel structure between our goals and our constraints. And if we were paying attention and looking at or above many of our state averages, we wanted to ensure that we were also looking at, in this case, at or below our state averages for restorative practices. And so this is the disparity rate. And we have two CPMs for disparity rates. And it's the disparity rates for discipline, exclusionary practices for both special education students receiving special education services, and African American students. So our African American student population, the starting goal, our starting goal is actually, I'm trying to put it the best way possible. So the current rate of 11.35 is actually below the current state rate of 13.3. So we felt confident in the target that we had and where we were moving with this specific progress measure, but we wanted to take another look at 5.3, which was the disparity rate for our special education population. The disparity rate at the state average is somewhere around 8.8. And so we wanted to really take a different look at what our yearly targets would be. And so instead of 1.0, we moved that to 1.5 to get us at the disparity rate of the state average and really look at what can we do with our disparity rate for our special education population.
That ends our presentation on the scorecard goals. I believe that Ms. Paz is still with us, and excuse me, she may be available to answer questions, but we are also ready to answer questions as well.
Thank you so much. That was pretty intense. You did a great job describing very complex information. So thank you and the whole team for your work. So trustees, are there any questions, comments? Sure, Secretary Boswell.
Thank you for all of this. Thank you to the very big groups of people who helped you support this work. I really appreciate that thoughtfulness. I don't think we had that I know we didn't have that same level of real depth last time, and really looking at so many sources of data and having those conversations. And I so appreciate you bringing so much talent and thoughtfulness to this. So thank you for that. And thank you, Superintendent Segura, for that. I really, really, really appreciate that. I think it shows. I have some specific questions that I'll just run through. In GPM 1 and 2, the past data from spring 2021, kind of looking at the past MAP data, GPM 1.1 and 2.1, were we using MAP all the way back in spring of 2020-21? Is that what that data is?
For reading, yes.
For reading, we were already using MAP. Okay, that is helpful to know. Thank you. I didn't realize it had been quite that long ago. Okay, so goal 3. When I look at the 2022 graduates, I think I have some questions about our ultimate goals and our historic data. If you look, for example, at our African American students, our 2022 graduates, there was an exceptionally big drop. There were drops in lots of groups. Our Hispanic students had a big drop. Our African American students had a big drop. And in a lot of our groups, we end up at a stronger place than we were, kind of pre-pandemic. But for those two groups, we're looking at that really big drop for our 2022 graduates, and even longitudinally aren't getting back anywhere close to where our students were in 2020 for those groups. But we are for some of our other groups, and I'd really love to understand why we think some of our students can kind of come back to where they were, and why we're seeing that baseline drop and kind of accepting that as fact, it looks like, really going forward. When it looks like I don't know if it's an anomaly that year, or if what else, went on, but I would really like to understand why those groups we expect not to rebound in the same way.
I think Angel can help describe some of that, but in the conversations that we had, the current context of higher education played a large role in some of these numbers. And the 2020 and 2021 higher education enrollment rates are very different than 2022 and what we expect moving forward.
Okay.
And there are some very strong indicators that students enrolling in higher education and students enrolling in higher education moving forward is a lot tougher hill to climb.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you're talking about kind of bigger national contexts about affirmative action, about fewer people going to college post-pandemic, about a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would ask affirmative action, we know that really a very small number of universities have used that in the past. And so at a lot of the schools our students attend, that's never been a factor. So I hope we don't see that. I mean, we know we see the data from Harvard, from, a lot of the schools reporting right now, but the vast majority of schools have never used affirmative action. So I'm hoping we're not using that as a factor to expect less. I know there are lots of big, complicated factors far beyond what's happening in our district, but also want to be sure we're really using really accurate, good information about where our students go. And if we look, for example, at Texas State, that's never been a factor. We know tons of our students go there. A lot of our Hispanic serving institutions, a lot of the other UT system schools, like a lot of schools that has never been. Okay, and then really interested in, I would love to know a little bit more about that before we kind of go forward and vote on that, because those numbers really stand out to me. And I hope that we can, especially because we're not only looking at enrollment in a post-secondary institution, and because I know we worked really hard. We have such a strong partnership with ACC, and ACC is really an exceptional community college. We know they're leaning into a pilot for free tuition for a lot of our students, and so would really love to be sure that we really mean that before we vote on that. Thank you. Similarly, on GPM 3.1, with the TSI, I see a similarly, kind of big drop, kind of bouncing around for some of our groups. And a similarly big drop for some of our groups, and wonder how that is impacting our decisions and what happened in 2023, 24 to make so many of our groups have such a big drop. Do we have a clear understanding of that? So I know it was high, it was low, it was high, it was low in some of these groups, and would really love a better understanding of why we think that year of all years the TSI kind of blew up on people.
That one has a change in the test, so we moved to the TSI-2. So we really relied on the 2023-24 data as it was the first year of full implementation of the TSI-2 test.
Perfect. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Looking at GPM 3.2, again, we see an unusually big drop in this data for our African American students from 32 to 23. If you look at 2021 to 2023, and kind of smaller drops or even gains for some of our groups. And again, I'd love to know kind of why we're starting with that as kind of baseline fact, that we don't get anywhere close to where kids were in 2021-22 or 2020-21 for our African American students. I think if we look at our emergent bilingual students, we're expecting higher than we were. I think when we look at our Hispanic and Latinx students, we're expecting higher. So kind of why, again, with that line specifically, did you make those choices?
So that line specifically represents a 23% increase from the 2023-24 school year, and was primarily taking into consideration the other areas and how we felt that's actually the largest increase out of all the groups.
And do we have an understanding of why that group had such an unusually large decrease during that period of time compared to other groups? I mean, it just kind of looks like that group kind of fell off a cliff when other groups weren't doing that. And wondering if that's an opportunity to look more ambitiously at that line.
That is an area for consideration as we
thank you.
dig into this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Trustee Boswell specifically, 21-22 at 30.3, and then the drop to 23-24 at 23.5, and then the baseline, or the start of the trend line for 24-25 being 24.5, and
Yes.
kind of what, okay.
Exactly, and why, when our students who are African American saw that data dropping, some of our students saw it either being level or going up or dropping less, and I just wonder why that data needs to be destiny, if we've done better before.
Yeah.
I just love a clear understanding of whether we think that's the right choice or whether there's something else hidden in that data that makes it feel like we might be able to be more ambitious there for our students. Yeah,
So
thank you.
We can explore that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also want to just do a shout out for whatever happened between goal 4, whatever happened between 2020 and 21 and 2021-22 for algebra success for our students with economic disadvantage. Something amazing happened there. It happened for our African American students. We saw a 12-point jump for our students with economic disadvantage, a 9-point jump for our students who are African American, a 5-point jump for our students who are Hispanic, 14-point jump for our emergent bilingual students, a 20-point jump for our students receiving special education services. It's the kind of, we talk a lot about never seeing those big leaps, and that's really exciting. Is that a time when we went from campuses that offered no 8th grade algebra to starting to offer that? What are we seeing there? Yeah, I just want to shout out that that's really exciting to see, and would love to understand our why.
Yes, I don't know
and how that
for
played
sure.
into the decisions made.
But I see that in the data too, so we can look back and try and understand why there was that huge jump.
Yeah. Okay, I'd love to know just what we can learn from that.
Yes.
The one thing I do know in pulling the data is that we have worked hard to get alignment in our course catalog and master schedule into, this is one course, it is advanced math.
Yes.
These teachers are teaching advanced math. And so the alignment of our master schedule and our course offerings has made it easier for student selection and student offerings into specifically middle school, as well as high school. And looking at the data, it has been easier over time to find courses.
Yes, so she's exactly right. I forgot about that. We did that.
Yes, we did do that.
So basically what we uncovered, in this universal choice sheet and trying to have better aligned systems, that there was a 3-tier tracking in middle school. And we saw there was really no differentiation between a gen ed class, an advanced class, and an accelerated class. And so really that was separating out the kids in, in a bad way, in a segregated way. So we went just to 2 tracks. It's either gen ed or you're accelerated. So that I think it's going to have a big impact on our scores because, again, those classes, there was no distinction between the gen ed and the advanced. It just had a name on it to, appear to be, it was something different, but it was not. And it just ended up being a way to track students.
Yeah, and I know you could see that when you walked into classrooms in some of our schools. That was really apparent. So, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Well, that's exciting to see. It's really, it's kind of an if you build it, they will come thing. It's really impressive and glad to have that understanding and excited to see those ambitious numbers and hope we can give the kids the support they need for that. So thank you for that. Again, going to GPM 5.1, going back to our line for our African American students, and that line is so much lower. And I know we have had a lot of community members, our Windsor Park education community, a lot of dual language advocates in our community, really advocating for equitable access and information for our African American families, understanding the options for dual language, making sure people have access, understand kind of the what and the why, what it is and why it's beneficial, and how students are supported and that it is for everyone. Do we have a sense of why the success remains so low for those students, why the numbers just remain so low on both GPM, on the goal itself, and then looking at GPM 5.1, the success of students on that test who we assume are getting the same education as all of our students who are kind of rocking it at that in those 80%. Do we know what's going on with our African American students who are in dual language, specifically looking at the 5th grade student, GPM 1, and why they're not being successful at the same rates or anywhere close?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah.
The question had to do with 5.1, well, GPM 5.1. And when you look at, because we just talked about how, it's 5th graders, but really taking on high school level TEKS, right? And so we talked about how 83% was something to be, kind of excited about. But when you look at African American and Black students, it's 46.2. And I think the question, I guess if I'm...
These are outliers in Goal 5. They're outliers in a really extreme way, and I'd love to understand why.
And the understanding of why that number is low to begin with by almost half, and kind of our understanding of why that is. And so feel free to speak, but we can also kind of look back and...
I think in one area, it's, this chart shows a celebration of home language, because this test, the Stamp 4S, is the partnered language. And so it allows our students to show their capacity, and oftentimes a language that is their home language many times, though not always, and their proficiency in oftentimes their home language. And what may be occurring, though I do think that there's very much room for root cause analysis, is that where we see high numbers, we may also be seeing a correlation between home language or language acquisition in specific areas, and where we have room to grow is what we're teaching in our schools.
So we're really reflecting strengths and assets that students bring in this data as more than deficiencies among other students, you're saying.
Yes.
And so this probably is a reasonable.
Yes, and I will say, so the individual growth goal for the African American population in GPM 5.1, just to recap, so that is a 12% increase over time, and that is the largest increase of all the individual student groups.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Trustee Boswell, I also
Yes.
wanted to mention on that one, because I looked up some of Dr. Brown's scratch
Thank you.
work on this. She has very extensive notes on all of these.
I am not surprised.
And I do want to call out something that you hinted at, but I want to make sure that we say out loud, is that we have work to do not just on improving the students who pass, but for tests like this, improving the number of students who have the opportunity to take that test. So looking at African American, I won't share the exact number, but I will share that we are incredibly close to having to mask that number overall. And it is possible that without other changes, you may see our results in a future year need to be masked.
Okay,
And so I do
so
wanna-
few.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I do want to call out that we also have work to do to increase the opportunity for those students to be able to take that test in fifth grade and to put them on that pathway. This is different than our Hispanic and economically disadvantaged, emergent bilingual, and even special education, which all have a high number of students who attempted this test in fifth grade.
Okay, that's extremely helpful, and I really appreciate that context. I think that's very helpful. And it would be helpful to know, I don't think we need to know it to approve the scorecard, but it would be really helpful to know that pipeline as our community has done really kind of thoughtful work to make sure our community is communicating with other community members, that I know we've been working to kind of increase enrollment of our African-American students. I mean, I think that effort started less than 4 years ago. So if we could know about our kindergartners, our first graders, our second graders, and see if those numbers are increasing, that would be, we don't need it as part of this, but just if you could share that with us, that would be extremely helpful to kind of know what our trajectory could be in terms of just access would be helpful. Thank you. And then my last one is on our disparity rate for exclusionary discipline and the constraint progress measure 5.3. I am proud that we're below the state average for our disparities in discipline by race, and I am pretty appalled that we're almost double the rate for the state. I would love some information to be shared with the board, like a really thoughtful analysis. I'm not saying answer now, but if you guys could do some work to let us know why that is, that would be extremely helpful. That could impact board policy. It could impact a lot of different things, kind of reflect back some of the things our community has told us. But if we can get a real understanding of why we're in that place, that would be fantastic. And then if there are things in that why that will help us move more quickly to getting where we need to be for our students, I would really love to see that accelerated by quite a bit if we can have a good understanding of what we're doing so wrong. Thank you. That's it from me. And thank you for this work. Really appreciate having it.
Thank you, Secretary Boswell. Anyone else on my left?
Yeah, I would say when I was, looking at our numbers, I wanted to look at the raw score conversion tables to really put these into context for everyone while we're making these decisions. So when we're saying we want a certain population to be at meets, I think that sometimes the community would believe, I would believe from hearing that, okay, that means that they meet a certain grade level expectation. But this has a specific definition on the STAR, which is on a bell curve. So to meet third grade math, meet expectations, a student must score in the 60th percentile and above. They must do better than half of the students in the state. It would be impossible for 100% of students to meet expectations per this word. So I just want to put that out there so when people are looking at this data, because this is for transparency to our community. For the Spanish mathematics test, for a student to meet expectations in spring 2024, so this is from the TEA website, if you want to look at the raw score conversion tables, so a student taking third grade Spanish math must score in the 80th percentile. And to my social studies teachers out there, which isn't on the scorecard, but the 8th grade social studies is one of the most, let's say 8th grade reading language arts is, you must be in the 53rd percentile to pass. So all of them are above half. Every single, you must score better than half of the state. So it is impossible for 100% of the state to meet the standard. Let's see. Well, I'll refer y'all to the data. And so just wanted to put that into context. And like, how are we dealing with those types of, because expectations with the data, that where it keeps moving, where that, because that line is even greater than last year.
So we had a lot of conversation about the, approaches meets masters and what our Texas data looks like, as well as federal closing the gaps. Federal closing the gaps does include the approaches standards. And so if we were to, in some of the individual student groups, we looked at, are we looking at the federal closing the gaps has kind of year-banded suggestions for where we should be hitting on our federal scorecard. But that is based on different indicators. Texas does have raw score conversions, and we have both changed our test and we have changed the way the test gets scored. And the test does have kind of an indicator based on how many questions you answered and what those questions count for. But at the end of the day, we're looking for success in our student outcomes, and we're looking to improve our success in our student outcomes. We don't have control over what that test is, and we ultimately don't have control over how they're setting their numbers, but we do want to look for success overall, and we want to look for success in our individual student groups. And so we had sometimes some really rough and tough conversations of where we think we can hit and where we think we can hit overall within this complete scorecard, within these specific areas. And it's a tough context out there, and there's sometimes hard tests to really figure out and understand, and you can go down some really long rabbit holes, and thank you for going down a rabbit hole. But they do also mean students in classrooms, and we want to think about the students in classrooms and the teachers for those classrooms and the administrators for those campuses, and we want to be able to provide numbers as best we can for those. And so sometimes we had to stop that conversation and just say we need to create a number for success that we think we can hit. And create, much like we create goals or shopping lists or, I want to be here in 5 years. We thought about as, where do we want to be in 5 years? Where do we think we can be in 5 years? All the things that we have control over, setting aside for the moment the things that we don't have control over. And whether we like it or not, we don't have control over where they're going to set the test. So where can we set success that we think we can hit?
I think and part of it I think is continuing to be transparent and honest with our community, so people don't feel like failures who are not. I mean, how disheartening to see that you think, oh, my child doesn't meet, but they are doing as well as the average Texan, and this has nothing to do with their child being on grade level, and making sure that parents and families have real information that they know about their child beyond these measures that someone else came up with outside of their family's best interests and their education. So just something to be, I wonder about how we can do that for our families, and hope we're thinking about that.
That was good. Thank you. You're getting a lot of over here. Vice President Foster.
I'm really grateful to Trustee Whitley Chu for what you raised, and it's exactly what strikes me about this whole conversation, and it's difficult to frame this in a nice, succinct question, and yet I think it's something that we need to lift up, talk about, and think through. Because it strikes me that as we've built out this scorecard and we've really worked hard, we had Ms. Paz supporting us, and we had lots of conversations, and we ended up with these 5. And on some of them, we were able to really push to be inclusive of a kind of set of realities around what constitutes success. So an associate's degree or an industry certification or this or that or the other, which I think is that sort of holistic approach to assessing how someone is doing or how our kids at aggregate are doing is good. And then we also have the state, and it's just, wisdom, saying test score. Narrowly, here's the grade, here's the, and just having you just sort of narrow in, which could have some value and will continue to have value, as you said, like we can still measure some growth, except for the shifting sands, which is this fundamental problem that Trustee Whitley Chu put a pin on it when we think about how is a parent supposed to understand what's happening with their child. And what they see is they see a test score without necessarily knowing, because they aren't one of the employees in the TEA Student Assessment Division. They are not one of the employees in the Assessment Development Division. They do not work for Cambria and be a part of that $262 million contract. They are not part of NCS Pearson and their hundreds of millions. There's all these other folks that might have pieces of the puzzle to kind of understand that there's some shifting sands. But I don't think our broader public does. And even our teachers who are in it, one of the things that, when we look at the notion of the organic intellectual and the person on the ground and the person who's up at 30,000 feet, our teachers are, sorry for the metaphor of the trench, but they're the ones like doing it every day and don't have the time to like step back and step back and step back and just contextualize and go, oh, it's okay that this happened because all these things are swirling around them. So I worry profoundly about our teachers. I worry profoundly about our community. I worry profoundly about kids who feel a sense of failure. And then we're getting into stereotype threat, and we're getting into all of this collateral damage of this, tool being used. But I also worry about us. And I worry about our board meetings. And I worry about how we are compelled to talk in a certain way that has us too going, why didn't we get these 5 points? Why are we here? Why are we there? And they are good questions because there is something there. But I don't have the faith to be able to say, well, it's because we're not doing this or we're not doing that, because I can't have faith in the test. So I find myself in a real quandary in this conversation because this is the umbrella, the sort of, that we're working under and working within. So how do we use our scorecard to the best of its ability? But it's like building a house and going, make sure the angles are right and make sure we have the right tools and make sure this and make sure that, but then not allowed to do anything about the soil on which the house is built. And so then when the house starts doing weird things, we're like, did that engineer do this? Or did that person do that? Or did that person do that? And it's the wrong question. You got to go back to the soil upon which the house was allowed to be built. So I find all these conversations deeply troubling, and I want to be like a good team player. I want to be like, with us as we have these conversations. But I'm also like, every time I want to lift up, we're building a house on sifting sands. I would love to just have some faith in the state that they would say, here's how we're going to do it, and here are the rules, and you got to play by these rules, but I don't have faith in that. So how do we, as a board, support the administration? How do we support our teachers? How do we support our families in using the tools while not getting trapped in failing to acknowledge that we're being set up? Is it possible to even ask that? That was a rhetorical question of rhetorical questions. But this is where I find myself. And I mean, I would love our thought and consideration. And I do think, by the way, this is an absolutely on-point scorecard conversation. This is the crux of the conversation. So, looking at me like I ain't got nothing, I'm not waiting there, and I don't blame you. But maybe our superintendent can comment.
Yeah.
Because that was too much to put on anybody.
I can definitely comment. I think, you know, in the, I guess, 19 months that I've been here, an interim and permanent, the one thing that I've really been encouraged by is kind of our board's ability to communicate the fact that we want sustained growth and we want to do it in a way that aligns with our values. And that assessments are going to come and go, but if we do things the right way, it doesn't matter what assessment or what test we put in front of our students, they'll be successful. And what we do not want to do is to promote, and I use this word with kind of quotations, bad behavior. And you know, I've been with this district now 7 years, and I can tell you that, you know, if you, the scorecard and how it's used, right, the interaction between the administration and the board does have an impact on the system. And so if we sit and talk and deliberate around 2 or 3 percentage points, there will be a response, intended or not, you know, known or not. Sometimes it occurs, you know, deep within the system. And if we're talking about 5 years, you know, and what we want, where we want to be, we just need to acknowledge this is one thing that we have, but it's one of many, right? Academic vision, initiatives, you know, our budget, you know, the way that we're going to allocate our limited resources equitably across our system. I think all of those things, you know, will ultimately over time kind of, you know, be a better way to kind of get us where we need to be. And then when we check ourselves, I think we'll be okay. But I do not want to create an environment where we're overemphasizing a high stakes testing, you know, like system. We don't want to be there. So I'm right there with you. I just think that it's the reality. And I do think that our GPMs have been thoughtful enough. And one of the things I want to kind of pull up is we talked about interventions, right? And that being the thing that as a system we felt, you know, because it's a collaborative conversation, yes, we do have information through the assessment process that we use, but there are other things that are being considered before a student is recommended for interventions or to receive intervention. And so I think by tracking that, you know, we set ourselves up for maybe sustained success versus, you know, back to this, you know, STAR test. So I do very much appreciate the actual GPMs, and I think when I think about, okay, with the percent growth of African American students or Black students, and I look at GPM, you know, 1.1, you know, that to me is a more compelling growth rate, or I should say decline rate. So anyway, I'm right there with you, Trustee Foster, but that's the process, the system we're in. But I appreciate the conversation for sure.
Yeah, and I should offer a lot of gratitude. I mean, to my colleagues on the board for the work, to, you know, those who are coaching and supporting us in this work. I absolutely think we made the most and the best that we could, you know, out of this. And I learned a lot from you, Superintendent, and from others that were sort of coaching us through this on how to ensure things were meaningful. So I've been in so many processes, and so many of us have, where we said, well, here's our goal progress measurement, here's this, and you really felt like there was a dartboard, and we were just, you know, so kind of picking some stuff, and it just didn't have the thoughtfulness, but the box was checked. And I did not feel that way about this. We agonized over this stuff, and I don't think any of us are like, yes, nailed it 100%, because we all have slight differences in our feelings about it. But this was good work. And I guess to go all the way back again to Trustee Whitley Chu's point, I want our families and our teachers and our community and our kids to understand that exactly what you said, this is one thing. And I can show you lots of instances where the paper indicates and says failure. It might as well say failure in terms of how it's perceived. And then you look and you're like, that was anything but failure. That was heroism. Like, you see these examples where these beautiful things happen. And we need to consistently find our way to be able to identify when there was heroism being labeled incorrectly, right? And if we really want to get controversial, we even need to, at some point, this is a smaller piece, identify where things look like they're going great. and they're not, because we've, you know, kind of, some things get masked or whatever. So, yes, thank you for the work. I'm glad that we're almost done with this moment so that we can get to other moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up question to Kevin? Yes. So Kevin, I really appreciate you taking what Trustee Whitley Chu shared, kind of adding this layer to it. And I have a question really that's partly, I think, for Dr. Reach and partly, or for Superintendent Segura and partly for Ashley. I think what I'm hearing in this is that we may, rather than tracking a meet standard that is a moving target, is data available? We are allowed under Lone Star governance rules to earn the points we need to earn. We need to not modify outcome goals, GPMs, constraint progress measures, or targets during the cycle applicable to the annual superintendent evaluation. We have a scorecard that we're trying to live with for 5 years. We have a lot of runway ahead of us. We want it to be as good as it can be. Do we want, as a board, to look at whether it's possible to put, rather than having a meets standard that moves, to look maybe at where our kids fall? Are you at the 60th percentile? Are you at the 50th percentile? Do we want a number that's more solid ground? Is that data that's available to us? And then I think our question for Ashley, for our coach, is that a change we would be allowed to make if we were to make it at the appropriate time? It would be a small tweak to our scorecard, but I think it might give us more meaningful numbers that aren't a moving target, that we really do understand that progress. I think it's data that says a lot more to us. Does that data exist in a findable way for our students?
So it does exist for our students, and it exists for each district for that district. What I would want to preface is we would not be able to make a comparison to the state or a comparison to peer districts based off of a raw score unless they made that available to us.
Right. But would we know that our students with economic disadvantage were scoring at the 45th percentile?
Yes, we would.
Or that, okay. So we wouldn't know. Okay, I think that's useful to know. I think that's
TEA
helpful.
actually provides us with the raw scores before they provide us with the scale scores and whatever indicator, approaches meets your masters or does not meet that student gets at. So we have the raw data much earlier.
Okay, that's helpful to know. So that data exists for our students in our district. And the percentile would show us where they are compared to the states. So I think that would be, and it is more solid ground. So Ashley, is that something a change we would be allowed to make if we made it at the appropriate time, really as a tweak to our scorecard rather than an overhaul?
So I probably would need to visit with your data team to understand what the actual, how big of a change that actually is. Generally speaking, if it is a small tweak, then that's not as problematic, but you don't want to profoundly change your goals during the course of the goal because you need that stability. So that's the benefit of having 5-year goals. So I would say pending a conversation with the data team to really understand what shifting those numbers would mean. I don't think that it would be a huge problem, but I also don't have all of the information. But in terms of the framework, it's not a problem. I would also need to look at state statute, and so I don't work because I am not part of the state. I don't know exactly how things work within TEA's internal, how they crunch the numbers, but I can definitely find that out for the board and get an answer for that.
Okay, well, I think that's a question. If my colleagues are interested, Superintendent Segura, if you're interested in that, I think to even know if it's possible at the right time, and maybe not.
Not interested, because that's
fair.
I think it's just inappropriate to use a bell curve for goals, because that's the purpose of the bell curve is to create a distribution. So I think would be not the best use of
My
our
hope
time.
is that it would be more transparent if we have to use meets masters approaches, that it would be more transparent, but I also it's a question, a wondering more than a, thank you.
This is really good conversation. Okay, so can I usually let other people talk first. You don't mind if I say something, okay? Because it's very relevant. So I think I really like the idea of anchoring. Well, okay, so first a clarification question. Were you talking about our like actual goals? Okay. And not the goal progress measures. Okay, so aren't the goals already dictated by HB3? That it has to be the percentage of students that meets? Or no?
No, it doesn't. I would
Okay.
want to go reread the statute again
Okay.
to understand how it could relate to the raw score. I think it's just because all districts use either it approaches or meets, it's what you see and it's what is explained. I don't think that means that that's all that you could do. It just, since that is what is mostly used, I have not heard a lot about it using a raw score or a percentile score. So I would want to go look at that.
And then just another quick question related to that is, I really do like the idea of having some sort of comparison data with the state, because if you saying like 50% of our kids got meets means one thing if that is, you know, all the other urban school districts are kind of like around 40%. Wow, we did great. But what if all the other urban school districts are at 60 or 70%? Well, we didn't do so great. And so we don't really know exactly, like I'm typically more interested in knowing how much better or worse we did to our peer districts rather than how we did according to TEA, because of the shifting sands phenomenon. But if I always know, like I know I want ASD to always be like near the top of the Texas urban school districts. What the actual number is less important to me than like the ranking, I guess, or like how we do relatively speaking. But even that's a little bit with a grain of salt because of all the inherent issues with the start. You know what I'm saying? So it's complicated, but I really do appreciate the conversation. I hope that we can get a little bit more. And at the very least, it would be nice to have some sort of explanation within the scorecard itself that speaks to the point that Catherine, that Trustee Whitley Chu brought up, that, and I just want to double check the assertion you made with the experts in the room. Oh, no. I just want to get it on the record and see if Ashley, maybe if you know, is it correct that the STAR by design says that, let's say for third grade reading, 60% to get meets, you by definition have to be in the 60th percentile, better than 60% of the students who took it.
Is that a question for me?
It's for you. I mean, or whoever may know the answer to that question.
I do not know the answer to that question. I don't believe that is the way that it works, but I'm sure the people in the room will know better than I do. If not, I will get that information.
Okay, but it's a forced distribution, I think, and I think it would be really helpful if we can get that language just in the scorecard itself. So it's like almost a little asterisk, like explaining this, by the way, take all of this with this further context. But anyway, other trustees. Trustee Hunter.
I don't have a question, but I do want to set an expectation that I don't feel like we are following. Thank you for the information. It's helpful. But I am vexed at this point. So I just want to sort of make a perspective for people outside this room, because we live in this, we swim in this, we don't, like, what's water, right, when you're a fish? If I'm a parent and I'm sitting at home and people come and say, hey, we see that Black kids are doing poorly, that's not surprising, right? And then we say, why? What is surprising is when we can say, we gonna go back and look at that. No, my expectation for this administration and for myself is that when we see information that says there is an incredible like a continual decrease and decline, or that there's an outlier of scores that have increased, to come with the why already. Because for me and for a community member, that's not, like, people are working hard, and I get that, but our families are not getting that. And what they heard in this room, or what I believe they heard, was that we didn't look into that, but now that you mention it, we'll go back and check it out. That's what it sounds like if you were the average parent. And what you really want to know is if your kid can read. So my expectation moving forward is that when we are looking at data and we are making analyses, and even if we don't have the answer, to come and say, here are some takeaways that we have, and we were doing that for a little while, like on our regular reports, and to say things like, the dips are persistent because, and I think we dug a little bit of that out, right? With like test changing and things like that. But just the expectation to know, Mr. Superintendent, that that's gonna be a question. Why? Why? Why do we see other groups going up and other groups going down? Why do we say some groups are static and flat? What caused the change from this to that? We have to know that. That helps us make decisions. And we're also, I mean, that's how we're evaluating, right? And that's how we're actually, even though we don't have a scorecard on us as board members, we're being evaluated. So again, real simple, I understand the work is being done. A lot of work has gone into this, a lot of hours, and I appreciate that. But when that's for us, that's not for mamas and daddies and abuelitas. That's not what that's for. What they want to know is why. How are you gonna fix it? What can I do? So we need to come prepared, I believe, with those things. And we need to be ready to say, we don't know, but what we did while we were looking was this. But to come and say, we don't know, that's a good idea, we should go back and look at it, is unacceptable. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Trustee Kaufman?
I also want to thank the administration for all the work that went into this and the thoughtfulness in terms of trying to approach the goal setting in a way that's meaningful and not just taking a goal and dividing it by 5. So I appreciate all that effort. And I appreciate all the questions my colleagues have asked, the detailed look at the past performance, the questioning of the way, what these scores represent and what they mean, and whether this is a system that we want to buy into with our goal setting. So I appreciate all that conversation. I will say that I have a question for Ashley to begin with, or for our coach. I'm just wondering how, when you're looking at the kind of the expectations set by our goals, particularly around the House Bill 3, reading and math and CCMR goals, how do you feel that our goals, our targets, compare with other districts that you and your governance colleagues work with?
Yeah, so I think that the targets that that you have set are they are realistic, and they're smart. And so this is always a tough conversation on my end, because we want to see, 20 points of growth, 30 points of growth. But when we're looking at a 5-year time frame, we have to look at what is realistic. And inside of what is very common in a lot of districts is that the trustees will get the targets and they'll say, this isn't enough growth. We want to set higher expectations. And so they will set those higher expectations. And this is something that not this board, but previous boards in Austin have done. That's one of the reasons that we actually have did the kind of short retooling in the fall. You have to look at what is possible within the time frame that you have set in your goals. So in 5 years, what is possible? And I do not, and I actually spent quite a bit of time looking this afternoon after visiting with Trustee Singh. And I've looked in the past as well, as has Council of Great City Schools. It is very rare to see a district actually move the needle more than 15 points over the course of 5 years. And there are lots of reasons for that. And districts that do move the needle in that large way typically have very different conditions than what we have in our large urban districts. They are dealing, first of all, they have a lot more resources. That's just one of the conditions that we are dealt in urban education. And so if we had endless dollars to spend to throw at, to invest into creating the conditions that we needed to actually move the needle for kids, then I would say we could go a lot farther, but that's not the situation that we have. The situation that we have, which is not news to anyone sitting on the dais or in the room tonight, that we do have finite resources and they are becoming more and more limited every day. So given that, the numbers that you have, I think they are aggressive, but they are safely aggressive, meaning that they are not going to create undue stress in the classroom, on your teachers, and on the system as a whole. So I think that from my assessment and also others within the council who have been involved in this process, who have also reviewed, I've talked with them and they also agree that these do hit the mark on being efficiently aggressive and being realistic.
Okay. Thank you for that. So that's important for me, right, is that we're consistent with comparable districts and that we're not creating creating a perception of failure in a district because we set goals that we fail to reach. That said, I am an eternal optimist that we can figure this out. We can achieve at a much faster rate and a much higher performance for our students if we figure it out, that there are ways and there are things we can do. So I would be hesitant to approve a scorecard that would set a ceiling or would somehow lower our expectations for students, right? So so I would want to ensure that our administration is approaching every year with the belief that we can actually do a lot better than this, right? Rather than, ooh, if we just squeak by, we can hit that target. And I think that's the approach that classroom teachers take when they walk into their classroom. They don't walk into that room and say, oh, well, if I'm lucky, I can get to 25% of my African-American kids passing this year, right? They approach that thing looking at 22 kids or 34 kids in their classroom and say, you know what, I got to figure out what is it that's going to take to get this kid to be successful in this classroom this year. And I know I did that as a principal every year. It was like, okay, we're going to get our goals on the paper is whatever. But our goal is 100% of our kids passing, and we're going to do everything we can to figure out what we can do for every single kid in this room. And when we have a population that is being underserved, we would identify those kids specifically and say, you know, we don't want comparable percentage growth for these kids. We want astronomical growth for these kids. In our school, if we only have 20 tested African American students in our school, to me that means, wow, we can go from 5 of those kids passing to 15 this year, because that's only 10 kids we have to work with. We can figure that. 15, whatever. So I do want to ensure that when we vote for this, that we're voting for something that's going to inspire belief in our students and in our educators' capacity to serve them, and that maintains a belief that we can do much better than what these goals say. So I don't want to vote for anything that's going to say that's the best we can do. That said, I also want to just acknowledge again, I do believe the system is stacked against public schools in this. I do believe that without making any accusations, I will say that it makes sense that for politicians and people who do not believe in the great experiment and the foundational thing of public education in our country, who want to discredit public education and move towards a system that provides for private schools that don't have the same expectations or requirements of serving all kids, that don't open their doors to every person in this country, that there's an incentive to paint our public schools as failures and to set up tests that show that schools are failing, and to create accountability systems that make that perception. So I think we have to be wary, as I think my trustee Foster has pointed out, we have to be wary of validating a system that is inherently not built to achieve the results that it claims to be approaching. So those are kind of the big picture pieces around what I'm looking for in this. So I'm looking for a scorecard that is going to challenge us, a scorecard that's going to lead us towards greater things for our kids, but not one that's going to limit us to only looking at things in a certain way or to only achieving a very low level. Okay, specific questions. I'm going to work backwards from Goal 5. So on Goal 5, where we're looking at the biliteracy achievement for our students, I am curious, how do the current results that we have for that, how do those compare between students who at one point were identified as emergent bilingual students, meaning that they came into our schools being identified by a test as not being English proficient, and participated, and those students versus other students who started school being identified as English proficient? Do we have data on how those current results compare between those two groups?
Terrible. We have not currently run numbers on that, but that is an easy enough filter that we can provide that information when it comes up for board update.
Okay. I think that's a very important piece for this goal compared to the others, because when the board decided on this goal, part of the conversation was around, is this just for emergent bilingual students or is this for all students? And I advocated for it to be for all students, because I know we have two-way programs and we have world language programs that are open to all students, and those opportunities aren't distributed equitably across different populations. So we know that we want to provide more access, to world language programs in high school, but also to dual language programs in elementary school. So I feel it's important that this goal address all students. But what I don't want us to see is for our emergent bilingual students for whom these programs, a bilingual program is legally required, for that to get lost in the shuffle. And also to recognize that our emergent bilingual students, if we think about biliteracy being a goal, our emergent bilingual students come to school closer to that goal than our native English-speaking students. When you come to school, as I did as a native English-speaking student, the task of becoming bilingual is an uphill challenge, because you have to wait till 9th grade before you can take a language, and then you have to, whereas if these students come in, they come in speaking another language already, and they're immediately exposed to English for the rest of their career. So the chance of them becoming bilingual, if they don't become bilingual, we've taken something from them, right? So we have a moral, I think, and a legal obligation to provide a bilingual education for those students, and this goal should reflect significant progress towards that goal for those students. The other piece of why I think that's important is because the state's performance acknowledgement, I don't have the numbers, but the kind of research has shown that that's disproportionately going to students who are privileged economically, and typically white students. So the students who are most often receiving the biliteracy seal are those students who've taken 4 or 5 years of a world language starting in 8th or 9th grade, versus students who entered as emergent bilingual, who typically only have access to English, even though they speak another language. So anyhow, I think it's really important that we figure out a way to disaggregate that data in the goal setting for students who at one point were emergent bilingual or currently are, and students who weren't. Okay. Do you have the data now on what the breakdown is by which of those seals, right? So we said there's a state or district recognition, so including the Austin ISD dual language seal at biliteracy, or the Texas performance acknowledgement in bilingualism and biliteracy, just focusing on those two. Do we have that data on how students who achieve one or which of those?
We do have that number. I have not provided that information, as it was assumed that this would be a target information session, and we would save that information for an update within the later board calendar.
Okay, I think that will be a really important part for the updates. So I really do think, look forward to seeing that as something. Because we would want to see increases in both of those, and we would want to see the breakdown by category by those students. Awesome. You had mentioned that the Met sees the 2026-27 as like the gotcha year or something. What did that mean?
Oh, not a gotcha year. So they see that the global seal of biliteracy, while there is implementation, they see that kind of branding will really take root with the global seal of biliteracy. So implementation is really there, and they really see that it will kind of really flourish.
Okay, as
By
compared to the
26,
other two are more happening, and then that one will
Yes.
appear. Okay, thank you. All right, moving backwards to goal 4. So I might have misunderstood something here, but I really want to ask my colleagues on the board. My understanding when we workshopped these goals to begin with was that the initial suggestion was that we set a goal that increases the participation of middle school students in algebra. That we want more kids taking algebra in middle school because of the data that says students who take algebra in 8th grade are more likely to attend and succeed in college. So my understanding was that we started with, let's increase the number of students in middle school algebra. But then we had a conversation around, was it enough just to take the class, or do we want to demonstrate success in the class? So let's add to that goal that they not only have to take algebra, but they also have to successfully earn the credit and take the star. But am I reading correctly, though, that the way the goal is currently being looked at, it's only looking at what percentage of the kids who took algebra, who are economically disadvantaged, achieve those two things?
So you are correct that it's the number of students who took algebra that succeed. And the reason for that is that we want to successfully prepare students to take algebra. So the goal progress measure is all about getting students into that pathway to take algebra as a method of increasing the number of students into algebra. And so the goal progress measure is the kind of theory of action to get that there.
Yes, for the accelerated math. But for the goal itself, correct me if I'm wrong, especially the group who proposed that as a goal, was the initial goal not to increase the number of kids who are taking algebra? Was the goal initially not increase the kids who are taking algebra in middle school? Because the current goal doesn't address that. The current goal says we could actually reduce the number. We could increase the percentage of kids who are successful by making it more restrictive and allowing fewer kids to get in. You could double the percent of kids who are successful in the class by saying, you know what, we're going to only allow kids to take algebra if they are at the very top of their class in math. And that is not the intent of that goal. So I really want to revisit that to ensure that we're meeting the board's intent, that the purpose of goal 4 was to increase the number of kids who are taking algebra in middle school, but to only count that if they are also successful in earning the credit and passing star, EOC.
Sure. Trustee Kaufman, if I may, I think our GPM 4.1 may play in nicely partly to what you're raising up, because that is looking at the percentage of all 6th grade students who are on a pathway. So if we were to meet goal 4 by decreasing the number of students who are taking algebra in 8th grade, you may also see us missing GPM 4.1. So it would be very likely that if that were the case, GPM 4.1 would be missed while GPM 4 would be hit. And then the logical question would be, well, that's not predictive at all. And we would open up that conversation of what are we doing in 8th grade? You know, is it that we're just not having the kids take algebra in 8th grade? And then, of course, the other thing that I would want to point out when thinking about goal 4, which could make our calculation difficult, we need to work through it, is that obviously kids can take algebra in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. And while 6th grade is rare, it happens, but we do have a good number of kids who take it in 7th grade. And so we would need to figure out how do we capture that between when you could have taken it in any of those grades.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that. I think we talked about looking at it as a measure that would say what percentage of students have taken algebra by the time they finish 8th grade. So that it would capture, we would be measuring it by 8th graders, but it would be looking at which of those students have taken algebra already, whether they took it in 6th, 7th, 8th. I think it's a pretty simple measure, but I think I just would want to know from my colleagues whether the intent of that goal was to increase the number of kids who take algebra, not to increase the percentage of kids who did take it who pass it.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think we probably need to have that conversation. maybe we each have a different opinion about it. I don't know if we want to kind of go down the line and see like what our preference is or like what the intent was. But I don't think we necessarily want, I mean, there's a balance there, right? Like we don't want to put kids into a class if they are not necessarily prepared for it. And we want kids to succeed when they're in the class. So I don't know how we wordsmith this, but I would be curious to kind of just go down the line. I mean, this is one of our 4, goals. So we definitely, or 5 goals. So we definitely want to get it right. Want to make sure everybody has a chance to weigh in on it. So is the question, are we okay with the goal as it is written? Or do we want to have it just based on increasing the number of students that are enrolling in algebra?
My understanding is, and I think your question was an easy fix, which is just to leave it worded as it is, but to say just to put a comma in there, basically, saying basically saying the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged enrolled in middle school, Algebra 1 will increase, comma, but only if they pass the class, right? I mean, it's all in there already. Every piece of it is in there. It's basically just the part that we added was, and they have to pass the class and star.
So we want to
it's
make
in
sure
there.
that this is achieved by increasing the number of kids.
Yes, you increase it by increasing the number of kids who pass algebra.
Okay.
That's what my understanding of the original intent. So my question is that regardless of the original intent, what do we want this goal to say? Do we want this goal to say we increase the number of kids who successfully take algebra, or do we just increase the number of kids, the percentage of kids who take it who are successful?
We had said, because remember, I don't know if you remember, it was a long time ago. We've eaten and slept since then. But I had a concern about, like, putting a bunch of kids in this class and saying, oh, yeah, we have this huge number of economically students in this class, right? And then they're all failing. What is the point of that? And what we came to was that, no, we wouldn't do that. What we would do is all these kids would take it, there would be supports, and kids would be successful. That's where I left off at it. That's what we said at that meeting, because I was like, it's what we're doing with AP right now. We got 1,000 kids that are African American. How many passed? 2? Right? And so that was my concern. And that's what we said we would do, is that we would, yes, that would be in there. It would be a larger number, and there would be supports to make sure they were successful.
I think you very accurately described, I think, what the intent was. So now the question is, how do we wordsmith this to make sure it reflects that? And Superintendent, what are your thoughts?
No, I don't have a thought. I think is it the wordsmith? It's the goal, right? Because the GPMs mitigate that. I mean, to Jacob's point, the math, I think, that would bring the question forward. If the GPM wasn't correlated to the goal, then it would bring that issue forward. But if you want to embed it in the goal, then perhaps there's a tweak here or there. I just don't know what that would be.
Yeah, because this could actually decrease the number of kids that are taking Algebra 1. Now that I read it, you're like, okay, so we're going to make sure we meet this, and the unintended consequences, we allow only the, even higher, more narrow.
So then doesn't part of the question becomes, what's the role of the goal progress measure?
That's right. Is
it prescriptive? If the goal progress measure is in a sense dictating the theory of action or an embodiment of the theory of action, then the goal is okay. Like if we're saying here's 4.1 and it absolutely addresses it because it says we're going to proceed through this path, doesn't that protect the goal? Or is that not how the goal progress measure should be thought of?
So Ashley can correct me on this, but my understanding of the goal progress measures is that the part of that process is ensuring that the intent of the board was clear in the goal. So if we pitch a goal, and here's this goal, and then the goal progress measure comes back and it doesn't reflect what we were aiming for, then we say, well, maybe our goal wasn't clear enough. So in this case, I think, yeah, the goal in terms of increasing, the goal progress measure does indicate that there's a shared agreement about what it's for. But I would go back to say, I think the goals are what's highlighted. The goal is what the board sets. And the board is asking, I think, to say, we want more kids taking algebra successfully, not a higher percentage of kids who take it being successful.
That's right.
And so I think it's important that the goal and that those numbers mean something, because again, if you don't look at you should be able to look at the goals and say, is this a valuable thing for us to achieve, and are we achieving it? And so if you just look at the goals without digging into the GPMs, this would not tell us that.
Right.
This would basically just say how, right, it would take us back to when we restricted algebra and we kicked kids out if they weren't being successful instead of providing them interventions to be successful.
Yeah.
And so I think the goal has to stand by itself to reflect the intent of the board.
I would agree. Yeah.
So if we were doing a go down the line thing, for me, like almost with this conversation being a compliment to the whole thing, I feel like the administration's got pretty good sense of where we are on this and, you know, where we want to go. And so I guess I have faith that if we tweak the wording, it'll work out. And if we don't tweak the wording, it will work out. And that the thing that has the greatest fidelity to what we're talking about is to have it up in the goal. So in other words, wherever we land, I'm going to be okay on this. And I really appreciate that you lifted it up, because I missed that nuance.
Me too.
So
I also think one more piece of that when I'm looking at the GPM is, I'm feeling threatened. One of the things that the GPM is, yes, that does mean that more kids might be prepared to take algebra, but that doesn't mean that we put in place the teachers and the resources and the master schedules and the supports that will enable that to happen, because we know that some of our schools have more academic offerings than others. And that we have a certified teacher at that school who's prepared to teach algebra, and kids are scheduled into that class by the first day of school. So that, you're right, those things we know are different. And so I do want those to be priorities for our administration, to ensure that more kids are prepared by taking advanced math early, and that those kids then have the opportunity and are guided into taking algebra at an appropriate age that will lead them. So I don't think GPM would stand by itself either. So I don't think the wording has to change a lot. I think the interpretation of the wording has to change. I can read go for and say, oh, it's saying what I wanted it to say. Because it says the percentage, right? The percentage of what? Of students who are disadvantaged, who enroll in middle school algebra and are successful in it. To me, that says what we want it to say. It's just there's a different interpretation of it. So I don't think the word smithing has to be elaborate. I think it just has to be clarified.
No. No, you go.
I think I was going to ask what you were going to ask. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't even know what I was going to ask at this point, but I think, okay, so I agree with everything you just said, Trustee Kaufman, and I think the intent was we want to increase the percentage. So like, this is our pot of economically disadvantaged students in middle school, and we want to make sure more of that group are enrolling in Algebra 1 by the time they leave, and they're being successful in it. So create a sentence that makes that really clear, I guess, is the assignment. If
Well, this is board, so it's the board's, go ahead.
Two outcomes.
If you want more to enroll and to be successful, that's 2 outcomes.
Can we say
No,
like?
No, it's not.
Technically, is in the chart, so you.
No, it's not. We want more students to be we want more students who are successful in Algebra 1. In middle school.
I think
That's what
it's
we
not,
want.
I
We
think
want
it's
more
just
students who are
switching it-
successful.
Yeah, I think it's saying something like,
One outcome.
You want the denominator to be all economically disadvantaged
Yes.
8th graders.
Yes,
And you want the numerator to be any student who completed Algebra 1 who was economically disadvantaged before the end of 8th grade.
And
Yeah.
pass the star.
And pass the star it meets.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which is different than to me, is different than what is written. It's certainly different than what our targets are.
So instead of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, you only want 8th graders who are taking?
oh,
This is where we talked about this in the goal setting workshop, that how do you do that? Because now you have 3 different levels. And I think the solution was you look at students who finished 8th grade, did they, at some point in the last 3 years, take and successfully pass Algebra 1? So you're not,
Right. So a student may have taken geometry in 8th grade, but since they successfully passed Algebra 1 in 7th grade, they still are included in the numerator.
Right, so the numerator would include all students who took, all 8th graders who successfully took and passed algebra in 6th grade, 7th grade, or 8th grade.
So it would take, I guess conceivably, 3 years to have a goal that represents the work after this point, right? I mean, because if you're gonna make adjustments in resources to ensure that.
It would take 3 years for us to affect the outcome.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I'm, that's.
But students this year are eligible to be in the.
Correct, correct, yeah.
Yeah, the same 3 years it would take to look at this goal, because this goal is looking at percentage of kids who successfully completed algebra. Oh, I see, but you
But
can't.
24, 25, we'd only have, to Jacob's point, to get all 3 years, 6, 7, and 8, and count them in 8th grade, that we would be, the administration would be able to affect the full goal at that point, 3 years from now, versus 2 years from now where we'd have one less year, because the students would be taking it now. We would not have had the goal in place to address any resource allocations to improve it. So it just means that in year 2 and 3, we'd be capturing more control of the goal. I guess I don't know how to say that differently, but does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to creating the sentence. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. And it's very similar to what we have. The percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged who enroll in middle school, in algebra in middle school and succeed in it will increase from X to Y. I think is what we're saying.
Or the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged who successfully complete Algebra 1 in middle school by earning course credit and achieving meets grade level will increase.
Yes, that works too.
Just kind of take out the enrolled part,
Yeah, you
because the
don't even have
enrolled
to
is
put
no
the
longer
enroll.
important. The
That's
important
right.
thing is
Yes,
did you pass it?
you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that? I think everyone's had enough of the conversation.
Does
But I-
that solve the 3-year problem, though, that the superintendent was just pointing out?
Well, okay, first of all, I think we want as few people taking algebra in 6th grade as humanly possible. 6th grade is not an appropriate year developmentally for kids to take algebra, given the abstract thinking. There should only be an extraordinarily small group of students who are taking algebra in 6th grade. The students taking in 7th grade, more, yes, but the main target of this is for kids to take it in 8th grade. And so I don't think that that's a significant drop in the opportunities for our kids to take it. And it's still going to take 3 years to realize this, because you can't just flip it tomorrow. They need the foundation to be prepared. So we're really looking at what you're measuring in GPM 1 is what's going to prepare the kids to hit that. And you're not going to have that result for 3 years either. So I don't think it's an issue. I really don't think it's an issue with that it's going to curtail the ability to achieve the results we want by creating that.
Yep.
I want to briefly point out that I know that Dr. Brown and Dr. Reach are really, really passionate about this goal and have attended lots of training and looked at the Round Rock ISD model, which I got to be a part of as an elementary teacher, building that readiness for. So I know y'all put a lot of thought into these GPMs, so I just want to point that out. I don't know if what your opinion is on changing.
Well, I'd be interested if the interest is you want students taking algebra in 8th grade, I would
Well,
reflect
by the end
language
of 8th grade.
of 8th graders taking algebra rather than middle school students taking algebra. But if you want to look at the cohort of 8th graders, what's your difference between there?
Doing that would then eliminate the 7th graders, right? So now we would have Keeling and Richards failing this goal progress because none of their kids are taking in 8th grade. They're all taking in 7th grade, right? So I don't think we're trying to discredit that there are academic models in our district where 7th grade algebra is appropriate. But I will say that I think that we can do harm to kids by putting them into 7th grade algebra when they're not ready for it, right? And that most of this is going to take place in 8th grade, and the positive effect of it is going to happen for students who achieve in 8th grade because they're going to enter high school ready to take the advanced math classes. But I think that I don't think we want to limit it to 8th grade because now we're saying you have to wait till 8th grade to take it.
Yeah. The difference between what the numbers presented to you tonight and what y'all are talking about, the numbers presented to you tonight show you year by year who's taking algebra in middle school, who are identified as economically disadvantaged. But I think if I am reading this correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you are looking to get is the number of 8th graders who took algebra at any time in middle school. And I think all numbers are valid, but it's kind of deciding what y'all want as an interest. Are you interested in tracking year by year who's taking algebra in middle school? Or are you interested in tracking year by year who's taking algebra by the time that they're an 8th grader? We can figure out and run those numbers. It's just what y'all want to look at.
Well, I think the first thing is to just make sure, like, the board's responsibility is the goal piece of it. So let's make sure we got that straight. So I'm just going to read what I just emailed to the staff and to Trustee Kaufman. Tell me if this is correct. This is what we agree upon as a slight revision to this goal language. The percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged who successfully complete Algebra 1 by earning course credit and achieving meets grade level or above on the Algebra 1 EOC by the end of 8th grade will increase from X in June 2024 to Y in June 2029. Does that capture it? I took out the word enroll. And I emailed it to you so you can read it too.
Thank you. Please.
Does that?
You did or you're going to?
I did.
Okay.
You have it.
Thank you.
What do you think, Trustee Gonzalez?
I still don't see how that resolves the 3-year lag problem that was pointed out earlier. And I'm seeing the superintendent is saying it doesn't, or?
I mean, it doesn't, but I think it, Trustee Kaufman, the 6th grade and 7th grade comment, I'd want to understand the numbers and just kind of, before I can respond. Mathematically, it doesn't. I mean, we wouldn't be able to switch it, but I'd want to understand what those numbers look like now. Because if it's do you have them?
Well, I did do back of the envelope numbers because the number that we have here is the number of kids who were economically disadvantaged enrolled in Algebra 1. So it includes 6th and 7th graders. But I'm making an assumption to be able to do the math that if they were all in 8th grade, then our number would have been, based off of the numerator and denominator I explained, we'd be at 8.9% right now. So 8.9% of economically disadvantaged 8th graders completed Algebra 1 prior to 8th grade and earned credit is what we would be at. Obviously, we would need to redo all of the goals and targets to realign with this. And so we could partly account for that, knowing that year 1 may be the growth won't be as much. Year 2 maybe a little more, but not as much. But in year 3, you would see a little bit better growth. And that would be one way that we could account for that.
That makes sense. Okay, so how about if we, go ahead, Trustee Walsh.
So I think my real concern with this, and I think we're kind of getting to it, is that when we look at how it's written, you could game this. I know you're not trying to do this, but I think we've put something on paper that invites the potential to game it by only restricting it to the very highest achieving kids. You could enroll the top 3 kids and hit 100% on this goal if you chose to, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I think, I really like the goal progress measures you chose. I mean, I think they're really solid and strong as I see them. And so I wonder, I would love to find a way to keep what we have and focus on that number.
Trustee
rather
Boswell.
than, and I would love to find a way to get to that. I don't know what the answer is.
So, I apologize.
No, okay. I feel like the tension here between what we're thinking of and how the administration is interpreted is a valid one because of the conversation that we've just had. But I also feel like some of those concerns could be mitigated in how this GPM is reported on in the monitoring report. Exactly. I think that's kind of what you were getting at, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that where we could try to change the language, but I think again, when the rules require us to only have one metric, we can't have number and percentage by definition in the metric, and I think that's probably how we got here. And so I think it is kind of a question of how we manage it. Do we manage it by changing the goal, and then do we have to make a lot of changes, and then do we lose our points, and then, is it this whole cascade of kind of rethinking what you're doing? And do we abandon, I think, goal progress measures that I think really do get to our values and what we hope for our kids? And so exactly, is kind of having that total go up and making sure we're reporting it, does that mitigate what we need? Even though, I think there are a lot of unintended consequences on those scorecards, right? And so is that a different way to mitigate it? I don't know the answer to that. And I do think at the same time, we really need to revisit that policy about high school credit in middle school.
For GPA.
For GPA. And I think that is kind of urgent work as well to make sure we're not doing harm to kids as well. Thank you. So yeah, I don't have a clear answer, but I do agree that this does not reflect exactly what was in our heads as I understand it. It's hard to know what our way out is, especially with progress measures that I think are really solid.
So I think maybe a path forward could be for the administration. I'm thinking like I sent y'all the sentence that I think captures what the intent was. And thank you, Ashley, for reminding, yes, passing Algebra 1 in 8th grade is what the research is saying, is increasing the number of kids, who are passing Algebra 1 by 8th grade, by the end of 8th grade. It is not, the research is not saying if a kid takes algebra by 8th grade, make sure they all pass. Like, that's not the thing, because you could have 3 kids, be like, let's just get these 3 kids and make sure they all pass. That's not, no one believes that that's the thing that we're trying to, I think, go for. So can I ask the administration to maybe look at this sentence, and I don't know if we have some volunteer trustees that want to kind of work with the administration and sort of make sure that that's cool before we vote on this in a couple weeks. Because it is a goal. It's the board that owns the goal. It's the board that owns the goal, and so we got to make sure that that's right. And so I think it does make sense for trustees to work with the administration on wordsmithing the goal. And then you guys come to us with the GPMs, and maybe it's the same GPMs that you already have. I don't really see a need to change the GPMs so much.
I think we'd keep the GPMs.
But I think it is important, and I appreciate Dr. Kaufman for catching that nuance that somehow we all maybe missed before. So we have Dr. Trustee Kaufman as a volunteer. Do we have another tribute who volunteers as tribute in the algebra games? Okay, so I'm happy to. Do you want a former high school teacher? Would you like to?
Oh, wow. Thank you. Yeah. I would love to.
That's called voluntold. Or I'm happy to do it too. I'm happy to be part of that conversation as well. All right. So are we okay moving on? All right, did you want to say something?
No, not about that.
You've got more stuff. Go for it.
I apologize for taking so much time on all of this, but I do want to ask about Goal 3. On the Goal 3 in the college career and military readiness, I'm struck by how low the targets are for emergent bilingual and special education on the goal. And so I wanted to just ask about, again, if you could speak to the setting of emergent bilingual and special education at 7.0 and 6.9 after 5 years in terms of increasing students who meet the CCMR.
Those numbers represent, for emergent bilingual students, it represents a 20% increase from the 2022 graduates. And for special education, it represents a 29% increase, or around a 30% increase from the 2022 graduates. And it had a lot of conversation around what does it look like in terms of all the criteria within it and where the information is. It is in line with other focus group information and other kind of equity-oriented areas. Those range from around 20% to 30%. The special ed student group is the largest increase in that area in Goal 3, and that does take to 6.9%, which is a low percentage number, and that is an area, and that is a hard number to take, and that's like looking at student groups and looking at rows, and that's a hard conversation to have. And I really appreciate how you started out your questions and talking about the numbers that we have kind of with board and considerations are very different than the conversations that we have entering into campuses and entering into classrooms. And I think that I had a very good conversation, in fact, a couple of conversations in setting targets within that. There are, I think, specific trends. It's of note that the emergent bilingual groups within all of these, we set within, it's capturing our current students, which may look a little funky, especially as we get into college and career readiness. There's a couple of different ways we look at our emergent bilingual students. For our accountability subset is current and monitored. Federal looks at EVER, EL. Our campuses often look at who are our current students, and so that's really went into our decision for that specific kind of row for looking at emergent bilingual students. And so that's a little bit of backstory, if you will, as to what goes into that row and what goes into that individual student group. And our special ed population, within specific kind of resource allocation and curricular decisions, I would leave that to the specific, our groups that would be able to talk more specifically as to what are the plans and allocations and resources that get into that. But we did talk about, and I think we already mentioned, the 2020 and 2021 graduates. There's some really big contextual differences as to the higher ed context, as well as the larger world context versus the 2022 graduates. So we really paid attention a lot more to that column and that row when making decisions, and really focusing on where we can make growth, especially looking at the 2023 and 2024 numbers are really an expectation of baked numbers. And we've got really 3 target years where we can focus on growth and where we think we can hit expected growth.
Okay. Thank you. I guess similarly, I'd be curious around, does that methodology of looking at the percentage gain, right, the percentage increase versus looking at percentage point gain, is that commonly used for this, or is this something we invented?
So it was something that I think Jacob talked about, my many scratch pads. It was a common way that I went into working with each of our kind of content area experts and groups as a way to orient around the data. It wasn't the only way in which we looked at growth. It is a common way to kind of describe how the data looks and what the growth looks like, but it wasn't kind of the only way in which we looked at growth. It is one way in which to describe our growth, but we talked about kind of wanting to return to normalcy. It's very hard because our past couple of years haven't been all that normal. Wanting to look at past data, what is the information that goes into past data, wanting to look at closing the gaps, wanting to look at comparisons between state averages where those state averages are available. Within Goal 3, in particular, that's very hard because in state averages, we are far above the state averages where we have that information. And so the Austin area and really urban context are going to hit above those state averages. And so we're really relying on what we know about our Austin area, what we know about our students as they head off after graduation, and where we feel we can best allocate our resources to help prepare them in our individual high schools, in our campuses, in our resources, and with our student services and student groups. But I will say that heading in with as much data as possible was a great way to start that conversation.
Okay. Well, I guess I will remain concerned about the low goals set for African American, emerging bilingual, and special education on that one in particular, and would challenge the administration to look at whether through targeted support for the groups of students and a comprehensive approach to figuring out these different criteria, whether we can't do better than that, because I think that's a hard goal to approve. And I also would just advocate for emergent bilingual being EverL in this situation, because I think it's a much more accurate way to look at, like, because I think what we want to say is for students who enter our schools speaking a language other than English, who are not yet deemed proficient in English, how do we do for those students? So even if they are reclassified after 5th grade, I want to know, like, did we prepare those students to take algebra by 8th grade? Did we prepare those students to successfully graduate? Did we prepare those students to be CCMR, right? So I would like to see EverL be the consistent thing we use for our emergent bilingual all the time. But that's a whole nother, we can do that in a little subgroup.
As a point of clarification, when you're talking about EverL, are you defining that as EverL from K-12 or the
My
federal
definition of EverL is
from
K through 12.
9-12?
Mine is K-12, but I'm happy to use, again, I mentioned to Jacob earlier today, I'm happy to be aligned with what our accountability systems say and how the data is reported at different places, but I'm reluctant to have a just emergent bilingual because, you know, some of those emergent bilingual students in high school arrived at age 18, right? And so there's different supports available and different, you know, of course that student is gonna have a bigger hill to climb achieving some of these things that require them to take certain courses and to be on a certain thing. But inherently, students who are currently special education, who are currently identified as emergent bilingual are there because they haven't yet passed STAR, right? That's one of the main reasons they're not, or anyway, I think having it just be current emergent bilingual is problematic. And so at a minimum, I would challenge us to look at the state either using +4 or using EverL by the state definition or federal definition for high school. And that would raise the goals for those students too, because now we're looking at students who have ever been in that category or have recently been in that category. I am, again, I apologize, I did not intend to take this much time, but I do have to ask about Goal 1 a little bit. And this is again in the context of understanding that it takes time to move a system, et cetera. But I just want us to really think about the fact that, like, the goals we're setting in this thing, we're saying it's going to take 5 years to achieve a 12-point increase in our reading STAR scores for 3rd grade. And by extension, if it takes 5 years to achieve a 12-point increase, it's going to take us 20 years to get to a 95, right? So you're saying it's going to take 20 years to get to the point where we're teaching all our kids how to read. That's, again, I just want to acknowledge the pain that it will take to agree to a goal that says that, even if the contextual reasons and the system we're in make that acceptable and make it kind of almost necessary. And that the closing the gap piece, it'll take 17.5 years for economically disadvantaged to catch up to where the economically privileged are now. But by then, the economically disadvantaged the economically privileged will have already reached 100%. Like, it's just, the numbers don't match up, so it's just problematic. I'll just have to say that. So if these are the stretch goals that we can set, I will accept that. But if we can find a way to stretch them a little further without putting, causing the harm to the system that we talked about earlier, then I encourage us to do so, because it is hard to ethically vote for these types of goals. it's hard to vote for goals that have 1 out of 3 African American third graders meeting grade level in 5 years, right? It reminds me of like that kind of urban myth of the professor who said, look to your left and look to your right. Only one of you will be here in the end of the class. I feel like that's what we're telling our African American students. And I have a challenge with the third grade goals when in 5 years, that's our kids who are currently in pre-K, which means that we're saying that with students who are entering in pre-K with this, anyhow, so I want to acknowledge how hard that is. Getting back to, just in a real very specific question, and then I'll be done. For Pacific Islander, on the goal there, I don't understand why we're taking a goal for a group that has probably fewer than 10 students and saying it's going to just stay at 47. So I'm just curious why we even set a goal if it's currently fewer than 10 students in that category, and why that goal would reflect 47 straight across.
So there is a good possibility that in any given year, we may drop in, drop out of the capacity to provide that information. Based on the information that we do have, we wanted to set a goal that was based on the years of information that we can provide, which we set that at that 2-year average, and we really wanted to provide it as stable, because even if we can provide that information, it's going to be based on a really small sample size or a really small group size. And based on, when you have a really small group, you can, based on one student passing or one student
I understand that.
not
I just think that
you're going
those
to
are all
have
reasons not to
wide
put a goal there at
varieties
all.
of
I think those are all reasons to not put a goal there at all. Instead of saying that out of 10 students, 4.6% of them, 4.6 of them will, or 4.7 of them will pass. Like it's just a number that doesn't make sense to have a goal for, especially a goal that says half of them aren't going to pass. So I would encourage us to eliminate these goals from the, instead of putting in a goal that just makes no sense. Okay, so again, thank you for all your work on this. I think it's impressive work, but I appreciate you taking time for my questions.
Thank you. Any other trustees? This has been quite a discussion. The only question I have is, I have a whole bunch, but y'all asked most of them. I just wanted to double check with if Ashley is still on. Is she still on Zoom? Okay, great. Hey, I told you 10 minutes and it's like 2 hours later, sorry. Okay, so I want to just make sure that, going back to that goal 4 with the algebra, can you tell us the rules, Ashley, and like with LSG and points and whatever, like what, can we make a change? Let's say we keep the GPM the same and we just change the goal.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't want y'all to worry about the points. So the main thing is that you are setting your kids up for success. And so we'll figure the points part out. But I want to I want to understand what is it that the board is trying to do. And so if you are happy with the GPMs, then generally the advice is to leave it, because you have the goal, and then the GPMs are the superintendent's interpretation of the goal. And so that is how the superintendent says, and I think they accurately said, this is the theory of action for how the goal is going to be achieved. The GPMs dictate how the budget is going to be allocated. That dictates how all of the strategies that are going to be implemented, the initiatives that are going to be deployed in order to achieve that goal. And so if y'all are happy with the GPMs, then my advice is to leave it as is, because you're not actually making any fundamental changes to the priorities that you're setting. Because the GPMs are how the goal is going to be achieved. So even if there is another interpretation of the goal out there, all of the other interpretations don't actually matter. The only interpretation that matters is the one that your superintendent has identified through the GPMs. Is that helpful?
That is helpful. We probably, maybe we should just have a conversation offline and try to sort out like the mechanics if we do decide to change the actual goal language.
Yeah,
what
but
the process
ultimately, if you do decide to change the goal, then there is then there is a potential that the GPMs could change. So we want to make sure that we get really clear with superintendent that that's not the expectation.
Yeah.
And then,
sure.
and if that's not the expectation, then it doesn't fundamentally impact the LSG rubric.
Cool, thank you. And I just had one question for the administration, which is, do we actually have any data showing how well MAP scores predict STAR scores? Like for our kids? So like if we were looking at the end of year MAP administration for a third grader, does that have any, or no, hold up, I'm sorry. Yeah, for a third grader, does that have any relationship to their actual STAR score? Because that is kind of the assumption that we're basing this whole thing on. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Maxwell.
Hi, good evening. We do have quite a bit of data that have correlations with MAP and STAR. A lot of it, they have specific correlation with the STAR projected proficiency, which is not actually the measure that we're using here. We're using achievement percentile. Now, with our particular students, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, you know, I don't want to speak for the data and evaluation department, but I'm sure that we could look just specifically within our district. I think we have enough years of MAP. Unfortunately, the STAR test has changed a little bit, so there's not quite as much consistency with STAR as there is with MAP. But I think we could take a retroactive look and see what kind of correlation there is between those achievement percentiles and STAR proficiency in our district.
I mean, I would say that's like the highest priority, but I think that is a fundamental assumption that MAP is a predictor of STAR, and I'm curious to know if that actually does play out with our own students.
So our campus and district accountability team has we run on the concept that MAP and STAR do align, and there is an NWA report that has done a lot of analysis on that. Our campus and district accountability team has not done our own AISD reanalysis of that report, but what they did is they compiled a data visualization that looks at our latest MAP scores. So they looked at the winter MAP scores. They also looked at those campuses that took STAR interim, and they looked at how well both of those tests predicted our STAR 2024. And they looked at kind of the predictability of those, and they also looked at kind of the difference as to whether did it predict proficient and how many of the predicted proficient actually went proficient or above or below. And so there's a great data visualization that we can get shared with y'all.
Thank you. All right. Shall we move on to the next agenda item? I think so. Wait, yes, thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Okay, the next item is a TEA special education agreed order update. As part of the agreed order, this counts as part of our discussion on student outcomes and special education. So, Mr. Segura, why don't you take us?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Singh, trustees. I'd like to welcome back Dr. Jacob Reach, our Chief Officer of Government Relations and Board Services, and Dr. Cherry Lee, Executive Director of Instructional Delivery and Inclusion, to take us through the update.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, and thank you for having me back up to the dais tonight. So tonight we want to go through our TEA Special Education Agreed Order. I am joined with our very special guest, Dr. Cherry Lee, who we're very excited to have her here with us tonight. So I want to start, if you'll indulge me for just a minute, with kind of reminding us a little bit of the history of our agreed order. And so in March of 2024, TEA actually issued a report stating its intent to assign a team of conservators to oversee special education in Austin ISD. The district then submitted and was later granted a request for an informal review. In our request, we asked TEA to reconsider the conservatorship in light of new information that we had already been working on and what we had accomplished since that final report was actually issued. In May, our board president and our superintendent actually visited with TEA as part of that informal review process. And then on August 30th, the Texas Education Agency presented an alternative plan for Austin ISD to consider in place of a conservator over special education. The board and, at that time, interim superintendent held a public hearing September 7th. And during that meeting, we heard from members of the public. We discussed the plan. We also reviewed a lot of data on special education. Additionally, we shared information with the board on September 14th, and that included an opportunity to talk about the proposed order. And we also met for the first time with our potential LSG coach, Ashley Paz. And all of this, I want to state, you can find on our website, which I want to share in just a moment. But what I want to get to is that on September 25th, 2024, Austin ISD received a final negotiated proposal, which the board approved 2 days later on September 26th. So that does bring us now to 1 whole year later from that date. And I really want to talk about a lot of things we have to celebrate for what we've done and what we've done to help support our students here in Austin. So since we've met a year ago, we have closed out all of the corrective action plans that were open in March when that report was first presented to Austin ISD. We've also completed all the actions of our parent outreach, although I want to be clear that work is still in full effect and there's still a lot going on. Our special education team, our community engagement team, and PSSs, and many others at our campuses are continuing to provide parents and guardians with support needed to be fully involved in the process with their student. Of note, I want to highlight our Family Empower Hours put on by Dr. Lee and some of her colleagues. And I want to mention that our next one will be on Child Find, and it'll be next Wednesday at both 12 noon and 6 p.m. virtually. You can find that on the Austin ISD calendar. Also, as part of that priority 4 on parent outreach, we created a special education family advisory committee. And so I want to share that they will hold their first meeting of this new school year on Monday, September 23rd at 6 p.m. at the central office. And I want to make sure that our public knows that these meetings are open to the public and that we always provide an opportunity for the public to provide comments during those meetings. So since that time, we have been working with our monitors, Sherry Marsh, who is with us today, and Lisa Shockley, and that work started in October. And as a reminder, our monitors take part in our regular meetings with special education. They go over current work. They help us with supporting our implementation of all of this different work. And another part of it is that our monitors review all of our submissions to ensure that we are following the agreed order. So today, I'm very happy to share that we have completed 65 of 99 priorities. So we're just one shy of being 2/3 of the way complete. But that is a lot in 1 year. I heard Superintendent Segura, I know he got up, but I'll mention that just recently he shared, who would have thought a year ago when we read this and thought, oh, this is so much work that we'd get it all done. And we had conversations like, ooh, we don't know if we can. But here we are showing that we've made a lot of great progress. Of course, priority 1 through 4 is just part of our order. There's also a section on Lone Star governance, which is work with our board. And of course, our LSG coach, Ashley Paz, just joined us to talk about our scorecard discussion. But I want to give another big update to our agreed order. And as you know, because you all voted on it, just last month at our regular voting meeting, you approved your first end of the year self-evaluation and your regular quarterly evaluation and scored a 66, which was at the meets focus, which is what we needed to be at as part of that agreed order. And again, I think that when we looked at the work that needed to get done, and we've even heard this from Ashley Paz, I think she's logged off, but she did, but I bet she would have repeated it if she was still here. It was a lot faster than she expected, and I think when we looked at it, we thought, okay, this may take a little bit more time, but the board showed that they were able to accomplish that within the first year. So now we need to maintain the meets focus for an additional 3 quarters. So that'll be an entire year altogether. So 3 more quarters. And we will conduct our next Lone Star Governance quarterly evaluation on October 24th, 2024. So now that I've gone over a little bit about what we've been doing the last year in our Lone Star Governance, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Lee to talk about some of the work we did in the summer.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. So as earlier displayed on the graph that Jacob had projected, which was slide 2, priority 2 has 47 actions. There's a lot of actions within priority 2. And currently we've met 21 of those requirements. Considerable development and rollout of training has occurred since we last presented. And the next few slides will highlight these accomplishments and describe the development of some specific processes to ensure compliance with the order, but also expand high-quality services for students. So the newly refined MTSS training was rolled out to campus administration teams at our Leadership Institute on July 22nd and 23rd for all our campus teams, and then to campus instructional staff on either August the 14th or the 15th. And a more thorough MTSS update will be provided to the board in October, and additional professional learning sessions will be provided to campus administrative and instructional staff on October 3rd, Staff Development Day. There's going to be a blend of choice and required sessions that will be offered on instructional tools and intervention protocols, including on the Character Strong curriculum, on our MAP growth platform, Imagine Learning, IXL, rewards, and then a universal design for learning training. Upcoming milestones include submission of the district's completion of the TEA Learn Tier MTSS modules, and in total, staff have completed approximately 100,000 hours of online MTSS training, and documentation will be provided to TEA on September 30th. So similar to the rollout of the MTSS, campus administration teams also receive training on evidence-based practices to support students with disabilities at the Leadership Institute. And the course really focused on 4 primary areas as required per the order. And those were universal design for learning, culturally and linguistic supports for students, differentiated instruction, and high-quality instructional materials. So again, on either August the 14th or the 15th, staff completed an evidence-based practices asynchronous course, which was then followed by an in-person campus administration-led session to reinforce the concepts and support implementation of evidence-based practices. That's a lot of words and a lot of syllables, so I want to take a moment to review just a few slides from the actual training to provide some concrete examples of what our staff experienced. And so we'll see. Yay, it worked. Perfect. All right. So we'll start here. So as teachers, we have to plan for variability. The idea of an average or typical learner is a myth. It's just a construct that does not represent the diversity, strengths, and needs of the students in our school communities. Next slide. So when we consider what barriers to learning may exist, we can plan to reduce and minimize those barriers. And that means we're increasing participation, access, learning, and engagement for all students, including students with disabilities. So one way to reach all learners is to approach learning from a UDL lens, which we've talked about before here with the board. And here's a visual reference of the framework. You'll see engagement, representation, and action and expression. So teachers had the opportunity to consider strategies that they're already using that align with UDL, and then build their toolkit of additional strategies using the CAST website, which actually houses the UDL framework. It's free, you can access it as well. And here's an example of a cluster of strategies including the use of tools like sentence stems, story maps, and concrete manipulatives to support students during their learning. So follow-up on the UDL framework will be provided as a choice session. It'll also be recorded and shared on our special education website on the October 3rd Professional Learning Day. And so this training will be an extension, and it's going to provide additional examples of how to integrate UDL principles into classroom instruction across content areas. And I'm going to give you a sneak peek of a few of these slides. All right, so building models and diagrams collaboratively with students is really a strong anchor and visual representation that promotes engagement and interest and collaboration, and it's an engagement strategy. So we also need to ensure materials are accessible to students. Some students are going to prefer to interact with print copies, while others prefer digital access, and some prefer a hybrid model. If drawing diagrams or copying information from the board or computer is challenging, we need to be able to provide students copies of visuals or text to paste into their journals or store in their digital drive for easy access. We need to make sure that links are accessible using the URL and provide presentations for students who are absent. And you'll see here, these are actual access to materials within our current lesson plans. This is a biology lesson, so really we are going to be using in this presentation examples from our current curriculum to help teachers understand and implement the UDL framework. Next slide. So graphic organizers, and we've talked about graphic organizers many times before, but they can be used to support across all content areas. You'll see this specific graphic organizer from a Biology 1 lesson here in Austin ISD that's going to be implemented in October. So also consider note-taking. Providing students with a note-taking guide, word walls, or sentence stems to support note-taking, spelling accuracy, and writing fluency is a really powerful UDL approach. What you see here is modified note-taking, which is a very powerful strategy where the teacher provides a sentence frame and then students fill in concepts and terms to support summarization of key ideas. And for students that need more scaffolds, teachers can provide a word bank, which you see there as well. We're going to go back to our presentation now. All right, perfect. I had lots of examples, but I think we'll cut just a few short. Okay, so we also want to acknowledge our almost 900 special education teaching assistants who serve students at all levels and at all campuses across the district. We value professional learning opportunities for our teacher assistants as well. So to build their capacity, our district special education team will be hosting an in-person teacher assistant symposium on October 3rd for elementary special education teaching assistants, and on October the 13th for our secondary teaching assistants. And the focus is going to be on positive behavior strategies, implementation of behavior intervention plans, data collection, and using visuals to support communication. And as a special and early appreciation to this fabulous group of educators, our Teaching Assistant Appreciation Week runs from Monday, September 23rd to Friday, September 27th. And if I don't see you before then, I want to thank this terrific group of educators right here, right now, publicly in front of the board. Thank you. Wow, we've been busy with a lot of learning and level setting in 23-24 and over the summer. But as we move into the 24-25 school year, our team's focus remains on compliance and high quality services and training, but it really shifts from monitoring coursework completion to the development and implementation of processes and monitoring systems for high quality services. So per the order, the district must train special education providers on the development of legally compliant IEPs. And we must also develop and implement a monitoring process to assess the quality of IEPs and service delivery. So to launch these initiatives, the district held an in-person full-day training for special education teachers, dyslexia interventionists, our SLPs, and related service providers, as well as our evaluators, the diagnosticians and school psychologists, across 3 high school sites on August the 13th. It was a full-day training. And it really focused on the development of legally compliant IEPs, and it introduced an IEP quality and rigor rubric that our special education team adapted from a TEA developed tool in partnership with our monitors. And the rubric is going to be used to evaluate 4 primary sections in the IEP. Those are present levels of academic achievement and functional performance, goals and objectives, services, and progress reports. And the rubric is going to serve as a frame of reference for all IEPs and is also going to be used to rate the quality of IEPs as required by the order. And Jacob's actually going to share a few samples from that training now. So I'll give him just a few minutes. Thank you for switching over. Perfect. All right, keep going. It'll be the next one. Perfect. All right, so to ground participants at the training and to ground you as well, we presented the context of the steps within a special education process. This training primarily highlighted, and the focus of the training was step 5, the development of the IEP. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next few slides. So the IEP, and you can skip to the next slide, perfect. The IEP describes the student's strengths, needs, goals, services, and how progress will be monitored and reported. And alignment and internal consistency is imperative. And these primary sections of the IEP were the focus of the training and a requirement of the TEA agreed order. During the training, staff received hands-on opportunities to use this newly developed rubric to evaluate components within sample IEPs, including PLAF statements. And then you'll see another example here of a partner activity that required participants to evaluate sample IEP goals. Opportunities for reflection and conversation were also provided. And most of our participants rated the training highly and expressed that the session was beneficial, especially for those new to the field special education teachers, and also identified the rubric as a strong level-setting tool to support consistency and quality across the district in regards to IEP development, which was good news. So our principals were trained on the use of the rubric this week at September round tables. And in partnership with our campus leaders, our special education team will conduct IEP audits beginning in late September using the rubric tool. And data from the ongoing audits will support our teams in connecting staff with resources and additional training in specific components of IEP writing. Findings will also be used to inform our professional learning offerings and our coaching focuses as well. So added to our Professional Pathways for Teachers appraisal walkthrough, or the PPFT, this year includes 3 components specific to special education, and this is new this year. Formal walkthroughs will include observations over instructional accommodations and modifications, standard-based curriculum, and partnerships between general education and special education teachers and assistants. This edition will reinforce a regular practice for administrators to be attuned to these areas for our students. Principals discussed what specific look-fors to support their rating of these components at their roundtables yesterday. For calibration purposes, our special education support team is developing a walkthrough cadence to build our collective capacity and foster greater alignment across our campuses. And of course, any findings and trends help inform us as leaders and also help support the connection between staff needs and training and coaching. Additionally, the district special education team has developed a robust professional learning calendar to support the use of our digital management system, EdPlan, and implementation of high-quality dyslexia services and positive behavior sports. We have monthly cohorts designed for ECSE and life skills and dyslexia interventionists to support high-quality teaching and learning. Also, for calibration purposes, our special education team is developing a walkthrough cadence to develop that collective capacity and just continue that alignment across our campuses. And we'll set these visits and process in motion by the end of the month and provide the process to the agency as required by the order on September 30th. Like Jacob said, we want to highlight some of those great parent empower hours, and although that's not staff training, staff members are welcome to attend that training as well. All right. So we'll close here. We'll wrap with priority 3, which mandates that Austin ISD implement a comprehensive tracking and reporting system for monitoring special education compliance. The reporting system includes specific data around initial evaluation and eligibility determination, due dates and timelines, compensatory education considerations, documentation of related services, independent educational evaluations, also known as IEEs, those requests, and then their subsequent completion. So beginning on October 1st and on a monthly basis, Austin ISD will submit a detailed report to TEA that shows a comprehensive view of compliance with federal and state education requirements. And we will also submit a summary report to you, to our Board of Trustees, to highlight key compliance metrics and progress. Will ensure transparency while protecting student privacy and data. We've received feedback from TEA on our first priority 3 submissions, and the district is working collaboratively with our monitors to strengthen our data submission to TEA, because our goal ultimately is to have clear data systems that are useful and accessible for our staff, because this is going to lead to better supports, compliance, and those implementation of services with fidelity.
So that wraps up our TEA special education update for this month. Oh, I'm sorry, I will say one more thing. I want to highlight when she says that this training was provided to teachers and to administrators, and she means every teacher in AISD. Over 5,500 teachers completed this training. We work to support teachers who, for one, understandably, sometimes teachers they were sick or whatever else. We work to follow up with every single teacher to find another time to support them to get that training. We were able to do this thanks to our special education department, our professional development learning support department under Ms. Sosak. And just by thinking through our calendar intentionally on what do we need to get done and how can we support our teachers in a meaningful way that doesn't take away the classroom. So we actually built out our calendar very intentionally to ensure that we could support this at the start of the year. So I wanted to make sure that was highlighted as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was 5,000 teachers that completed the evidence-based practices, because that was both for general education teachers and special education teachers. And then for that second course, I was mentioning the job alike, the legally compliant development of IEPs. That was 1,500 staff members. Again, that was our special education teachers and our evaluators and SLPs. So yeah, lots and lots of training.
Wow, thank you. I appreciate this. I mean, it definitely shows, when we were talking about evaluations and really focusing on that, we kept saying this is just the tip of the iceberg.
That's
so
right.
It is really nice to hear as we move through the iceberg,
Yes.
all the other pieces that are coming together to improve the services to our students. So thank you all so much. Trustees, are there any questions? Heavy lift for you and your team. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Oh, Trustee Lugo has a question.
Oh, yes, Trustee Lugo, sorry.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I couldn't find the second presentation on board docs.
The training slides?
Yeah.
That's there.
Is that?
We'll put them on there. It wasn't.
It was accidental, or okay. There's another explanation.
We brought it in as an example. We'll
Okay.
supplement the slides and embed them in backup.
Okay. And then maybe for another time, but I would be curious if there is a succinct response to this. In what ways might first-time principals be supported with this training? Because I'm just thinking about, it really does take time to implement best practices. So something as simple as there may be an elementary where handouts are being given and they're black and white and it's hard to read and but you're in a gen ed setting, everybody's getting the same thing, right? And there's a lot to take on as a first year principal. So I don't know if there's already those additional supports in place around those individuals.
No, I appreciate that. So a few things that I want to say about that. Number one, we have campus support coordinators that work as a part of our special education district team. Each coordinator has about 12 to 13 campuses. and offers about every 12 to 13 days is visiting campuses, right? And they have a document that, basically supports either a new or a veteran principal in all the responsibilities and compliance related to special education. But for those new principals, it is really a guiding document, an anchor, a frame for those new principals coming in. One of the things that we've learned just through visits with principals at principal meetings is that many of them have not served as a special education a teacher before. Most have been a part of an ARD meeting, a Section 504 meeting before, either as a teacher or as another provider of services. But many of our principals have not served as special education before. So this training is also very grounding for them as well. Another piece that we're working with our talent strategy partners is we are building up our assistant principals to become leaders as well. And so at all of our assistant principal meetings last year and at this year as well, the special education team is there fortifying those leaders. I was really excited last year that in almost every principal meeting, special education was a part of that. Providing information, providing training, providing guidance, answering questions, receiving feedback that helped us to develop the training. And that's something that we hadn't seen prior to the 23-24 year, is that at every principal meeting, special education was there. And this year it's the same. So we're really excited about those opportunities. And I just met with principals, I guess it was yesterday, and talent strategy has even developed even more personalized learning sessions at these principal roundtables where we're able to meet with the principals in smaller groups. So it's not a whole group session. There's 3 smaller learning sessions, which really allows us, to answer questions and provide more interaction between us and the training and the principals. Yeah, so your question is spot on, right? For those new leaders that are serving campuses as the instructional leader of all instruction, including special education instruction, it's imperative that they have knowledge and skills to lead those ARDs and engage families.
So it sounds like it's just an ongoing process. And
it is.
And then probably for another time, I'd be super interested in hearing how feedback is being sought out and then received. I know there's surveys. I know there's always a love for surveys because it's relatively quick and easy. But a lot of times we can learn from small group focus groups, right, or something like that. So I'd be interested in learning more about, what are those other ways, and kind of related to that. Sometimes as a parent or a guardian, whether English is your first language or not, or whatever your circumstances may be, maybe you're accustomed to navigating large systems, and you're very assertive, right? You feel assertive and you're confident. Maybe you're not, right? We all come to these things in various capacities. It can be really intimidating to provide feedback to whether it's your child's teacher or teachers, counselor. You look at the staff directory, there may be 5 different people labeled as special education, and then there's like subtitle. It can be really challenging. So that would be something for certainly that I would want to hear from the administration on, is like, how else are we helping parents? Yes, the power hours, I get it, but how else are we kind of helping campuses and campus leaders in particular create a culture where families know that their feedback is actually wanted and it's not adversarial, it's coming from a good place, right? Staff and teachers want to teach kids. Families want their students to be taught, right? And sometimes things aren't communicated unless there's a problem, and that puts both sides in a tricky or sometimes tense situation. And so I think professional development around that, practicing, and then again, so I'd be super interested to hear about those kinds of efforts that I'm sure are already underway but take time.
Yeah, so last year in April, and as part of the order, one of the milestones was to increase family engagement around the ARD process. So we developed a training. It was both asynchronous, but it was also principal-led. So there was 2 components for staff. And we built a model and a frame for that. And so the next time that we visit, I think it's in November, I definitely want to share that with the board and go over that. It's a document that all of our principals, our teachers have as well, to really guide the partnerships like you described with parents, because engagement in the ARD process or in the special education process doesn't only happen at that ARD or that IEP meeting, right? It's happening before the ARD. It's happening during the ARD. It's happening after the ARD, and the follow-up and the conversation that families have with their teachers and with the principal as well. So thank you for that.
I would just add, ideally, that's what should be happening.
Yes.
That's not necessarily what's happening.
And that's that
But
framework that we're building and
ideally,
growing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay,
exactly.
great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, cool. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so this ends the section on the information reports from the administration. So now we'll move into the preview of the agenda items that will be considered for a vote on September 26th. AISD staff is available to answer any questions. So we will begin tonight with item 7, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay. All right. Thank you. The next section is 8, board administration. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay. Next is section 9, business and finance. Trustees, any questions here?
I have a question.
Yes.
The question that I have is about 9.2, the budget development calendar.
Okay.
I had the opportunity to sit in on the ad hoc committee meeting this past Tuesday and also last Tuesday. And I know in that meeting, although it was like preliminary, there were some discussions about possible adjustments to the frequency or the length of time over which that committee would meet. If this were to be voted on at our voting meeting at the end of September, would this be set in stone, or is it in conversation with the ongoing work that's happening in that ad hoc committee? Because I know there's an end date in this calendar for that, the meetings that happen with that committee.
Yes, Trustee Gonzalez, we've gotten feedback from the committee as well as from staff and trustees as well. And so we are going to be making adjustments and bringing that forward as an update to this item itself. The one thing I will say is historically, this item has been around the traditional budget process. Typically the way we'd want it to occur is from really October to June. We've expanded it to include the ad hoc committee and the work that we're doing right now. And so it's a little bit different. We will have the large milestones, but we also want to provide flexibility in case the committee would like to perhaps meet in between. So I think we'll be able to make the adjustments. The amended timeline will show some adjustments in schedule to consider some feedback that we received. But all the details in it, like a detailed schedule, we wouldn't get to that level in here, but we will make the adjustments based on the feedback we received. And okay. I'm happy to send that to the trustees. Probably, I think I'd have it ready tomorrow, close the business, but I'd want to get with the team first.
I know it's an ongoing conversation, so thank you for clarifying. That's it.
Of course.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions also on the budget calendar, kind of echoing what Trustee Gonzalez said is, just having a clear timeline and clear deliverables for the ad hoc committee and making sure that that they're good with that too, because the work that they're doing is, it has a potential, it either has to be super surface level or super deep. There's not much in between from what I can see, but so I'm really curious to know that. Also wanted to see if we could add to the budget calendar dates for deep and meaningful teacher engagement sessions to inform the budget reductions. And also if there's going to be surveys, so just filling out what kind of community engagement is going to be happening beyond the ad hoc committee, and adding that into the calendar would be super helpful, but we can discuss that some more offline. Also, I would like to see a set date for a discussion on the administration's recommendations for the budget transformation, and also have clear connections to student outcome data and the research literature. So we're not just looking at a bunch of numbers, but really understanding how this fits in with our values and our student outcomes and things like that. And a few other items, but I know this is really complicated in a very short time period, but it's going to require a lot more communication, I think.
So a couple things, and certainly we'll incorporate what we can into the milestone schedule. I think some of the things you're looking for, President Singh, are really part of a plan tied to that, and so we actually have the framework for that, and we can submit it as backup. I think it would be kind of supplemental to this, because I think, one of the things I think is really great about how we engage with committees is the ability to pivot and adjust to meet the needs of the committee as well as the needs of the school district. We've done that on multiple occasions in the past. So I still want to allow for some of that. The other thing I would want to make sure we discuss is that you're right, that the clear deliverable for when we'll bring those potential strategies forward. And I know that there have been different conversations around wanting to extend it, pretty far beyond, our original timeline. One of the things I want to be very clear is that anything that we do, we want to make sure we implement in a very thoughtful, dignified way, meaning that, if this process continues for too long, then the ability to implement actually gets reduced, and the thoughtfulness of the implementation impacts our system adversely, if that makes any sense. As part of our budgeting process, our budgets will actually go out to schools in February. There's a lot that actually occurs pretty early on in the spring semester, and so we really want to be sure that we're intentional with how we plan all this out. So we'll be sure to also add perhaps some of those milestones so that people can see kind of the constraints that we're working against, and that's just part of the system that we're in as a school system. So we'll add that as well.
Appreciate that. And I had a question also about 9.3, which I believe is related to the historical exemptions. Is that correct? Oh, wait, it's not. Which one is that? I'm sorry. Oh, 13.1. Okay, I was like, wait a second, this doesn't look right. Okay, thank you. So I'll just stay quiet. Okay, next is section 10, facilities. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay. 11, talent strategy. Any questions there? Okay, 12 is policy. Any questions on these two items? Okay, and then 13 is other, and so that one is the historical landmark. So could we get like a one sentence or two sentence, like what is the administration's recommendation, and how much money would it save us?
Dr. Reach, speak to this, and Katrina, you may be needing a supplement.
Yeah, happy to answer any questions that there may be on the historical exemption. So the historical exemption has been around for a while, and Austin ISD was an original partner. We did pause from taking part in this right around 2010, and I need to get the exact dates for you. Currently, what we're looking at is that this exemption translates to about $2.8 million for Austin ISD. Of course, because how Austin ISD is funded, that is actual revenue that we don't receive, which is different than the city or county, whose budget is based off of what tax rate they need to set to raise their budget, and then they have a rollback rate. But in other words, they don't not receive that revenue in the same way we do. And so that 2.8 million includes about $400,000 for INS, 2.4 million for maintenance and operation that would be subject to recapture. So what that means to our bottom line is about 1.2 million. We would need to do really detailed calculations to get exact numbers. But based off of that, and this being part of our budget conversation, we are currently looking at the potential pause of the program. The other thing that I would mention is that the City of Austin, the City Council directed the city staff in 2013 to relook at this program and to create a equity-based program for historical exemptions. Staff is going to present that to City Council sometime this calendar year. I don't know exactly when, and that may look at creating a different program for historical exemptions, at which time we would certainly want to engage with city staff on what that could look like, what that could mean for Austin ISD, and how our participation could potentially be part of that in the future.
All right, so thank you. All right, so this will end our, oh,
Not on that, I do.
oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So as you were going down the list, if we have any questions, I do have questions. They're still in the tracker. So I ask a question on 9.2 about 7.3 and 10.2. I ask a question on 9.7 about 7.4 and a budget question. So if we could get those answers before the meeting, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so we will now recess the, so this ends our regular agenda preview. We will now recess the open meeting at 9:52 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we will return to the open session to take a vote on the student transfer appeals. And do we have student transfer appeals today? We do. Oh, okay. And to formally adjourn, that's right, we do, sorry. And formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting, so thank you all very much. Okay, so we are back now in open session at 8:19 p.m. I'm sorry, 10:19 p.m. And I wanted to just mention that for item 16.1 AS, the board is going to hold off on that particular appeal and reschedule this for a future date. But we do have motions, I believe, for the other two. So do I have a motion on agenda item 16.2, the transfer appeal on behalf of BGL?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Lugo to affirm the administration's decision. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. All right, do I have a motion on agenda item 16.3, the transfer appeal on behalf of AL?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Lugo to affirm the superintendent's decision. We will now vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, board members. So we will now go back into executive session. Do I need to list all the? Yes. Okay. So we're going to go back into executive session. Pardon me. Oh yeah, so we are recessing at 10:21 p.m. We're going to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. And when we were finished with exec, we will come out to adjourn the meeting. So thank you so much.
AISD TV is channel 22 on Spectrum and Astound Broadband, channel 99 on AT&T Uverse. Live streams are also available at AISD.TV, Roku, and Apple TV with the AISD TV app.
Shift Special: How Digital Technologies Keep Our Memory of the Holocaust Alive.
Meet Lily Ebert, a 97-year-old TikTok star. She's telling her story as a former prisoner in Auschwitz. Today she lives in the UK and is one of the last remaining survivors to report on the Nazis' atrocities.
Were you afraid of death in Auschwitz?
In Auschwitz, you were not afraid of death. You were afraid to live.
When Lily Ebert talks,
That was very shocking there.
the world listens.
Because we arrived traumatized, but more or less still normal human beings.
Lily Ebert is one of the last remaining survivors of the Nazi death camp Auschwitz. With the help of her great-grandson Dov, she now shares her experiences on TikTok to an audience of millions.
Before, what TikTok is, if somebody would come and tell me TikTok, I heard this word, but I don't know what you are talking about. Thanks.
She does now. In just a few months, they've picked up 1.4 million followers, offering them a precious chance to put questions to her directly.
Do you still believe in God?
Yes, I do. Because not God did it, so-called humans did it.
It's just incredible to see how many people actually want to learn and care and want to ask questions. And at times it's very sad to learn about what happened to her and her family. But again, it's got such importance. The story is of monumental importance. We're really in the last moments of hearing the Holocaust survivors firsthand.
Lily and Dove came up with the idea during a COVID lockdown earlier this year when Lily became unable to share her stories in person. After surviving COVID herself, the importance of documenting her accounts became even clearer.
When the survivor
So tonight is the Student Inc. Pitch Night, which is where our 11th graders in the Student Inc. program get to pitch their business ideas or nonprofit ideas to an awesome panel.
Shift Special: How Digital Technologies Keep Our Memory of the Holocaust Alive.
Meet Lily Ebert, a 97-year-old TikTok star. She's telling her story as a former prisoner in Auschwitz. Today she lives in the UK and is one of the last remaining survivors to report on the Nazis' atrocities.
Were you afraid of death in Auschwitz?
in Auschwitz, you were not afraid of death. You were afraid to live.
When Lily Ebert talks,
That was very shocking there.
the world listens.
Because we arrived traumatized, but more or less still normal human beings.
Lily Ebert is one of the last remaining survivors of the Nazi death camp Auschwitz. With the help of her great-grandson Dov, she now shares her experiences on TikTok to an audience of millions.
Before, what TikTok is, if somebody would come and tell me TikTok, I heard this word, but I don't know what you are talking about. Thanks.
She does now. In just a few months, they've picked up 1.4 million followers, offering them a precious chance to put questions to her directly.
Do you still believe in God?
Yes, I do. Because not God did it, so-called humans did it.
It's just incredible to see how many people actually want to learn and care and want to ask questions. And at times it's very sad to learn about what happened to her and her family. But again, it's got such importance. The story is of monumental importance. We're really in the last moments of hearing the Holocaust survivors firsthand.
Lily and Dove came up with the idea during a COVID lockdown earlier this year when Lily became unable to share her stories in person. After surviving COVID herself, the importance of documenting her accounts became even clearer.
When the survivors are gone, are gone. Nobody, we can ask nobody. It is nobody here anymore. Really to ask what really happened. But now suddenly I see, now is the last moment. My number is 18,572.
This video alone hit over 20 million views and counting. It's a platform beyond anything they imagined.
And I think it's so important, the work that we are doing, giving people messages of hope, tolerance, survival.